Chapter 1232. Fire of the heavens and earth, listen to my command. Burn. Wang Lin's voice was cold, and the moment it spread out, a shocking change appeared in the sea of fire around the beast. Wang Lin's rosefinch awakened for the third time and fused fire with law, becoming a new law in the world. This law contained the power of fire, and it could be said that all fire cultivators were useless before Wang Lin. Unless the opponent's fire was beyond the control of the heavens and surpassed the limits of law, all fire before Wang Lin could be extinguished. At this moment, as Wang Lin's words echoed, the sea of fire around the red centipede trembled. Without any pause, the sea of fire was pushed back toward the centipede. At the same time, popping noises resounded from the centipede's body as an even denser flame energy violently burst out from its body. A loud bang rang out, and fear appeared in the centipede's eyes. Its body was burned from the inside out by the flames, and waves of miserable cries echoed in the air. However, after a moment, everything stopped. A fireball 1,000 feet wide shot into the sky and lit up the surrounding fog. It gradually extinguished, and the centipede inside was burned to ashes. All of this happened in an instant. For Wang Lin, it only took him one finger. He didn't even look at the result. The moment he pointed, he turned around and charged forward with the war spirit print. The moment the fire centipede died, a sorrowful and angry roar came from a distance. It was the several centipedes that were also 1,000 feet long, closing in at an even faster speed. The hatred in the 10,000 feet blue centipede's eyes became even stronger. It let out a roar and moved even faster, giving off a fishy smell. If I recover from my injuries, it shouldn't be difficult for me to kill this rank 12 beast. Even now, since it's a fire beast, it shouldn't be difficult for me to fight it. Wang Lin frowned. Not long after he moved forward, killing intent appeared in his eyes. You're courting death. A red light came from the fog to the right of Wang Lin. It was like a sea of fire that rushed out from the fog. The sea of fire was more than 10,000 feet wide and seemed like it was going to burn the fog. The moment it appeared, it rushed toward Wang Lin. There was another 1,000 feet long centipede that rushed toward Wang Lin. It was very fast and closed in the blink of an eye. The sea of fire was very hot, and it was less than 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and waved his right hand. A shocking change occurred. The sea of fire paused for a moment and was pushed back. It was like a raging wave as it charged at the centipede. At the same time, the flames around the centipede also went berserk. They charged toward the centipede, and suddenly, another huge flame image appeared. The centipede didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before it was burned by the fire. The fire that was burning, it was no longer red, but blue. Just as the fire rushed into the sky, two more sea of fire rushed over. They were two centipedes that charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He originally didn't want to be entangled with these fierce beasts, but these fierce beasts wouldn't stop until he was dead. There was a flash of coldness, and Wang Lin began a massacre. The star of law formed by his domain appeared between his eyebrows. Blue flames surrounded his body, and he charged toward the fog on the left. A moment later, a heaven-shaking rumble came from the fog. At the same time, the sea of fire was monstrous. The miserable scream immediately dissipated, leaving only the endless heat that echoed in the fog. Immediately after, blue flames appeared in another direction. A huge fireball suddenly condensed and then exploded with a boom, turning into specks of blue flames that scattered in all directions. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin walked out from the fog with a cold expression and charged forward to catch up to the war spirit print. There were no more fierce beasts blocking his path. It was obvious that the battle just now had terrified them. However, the 10,000 feet blue centipede that was closing in became even more enraged. It was simply too far away, and even if it charged forward at full speed, it would still need a lot of time to catch up. As it roared, the blue centipede immediately went mad. Thick, faint, blue flames spread out from its body. At the instant it surrounded its body, it shrank, and popping sounds immediately came from its body. In an instant, a thin blue line flashed across its body and spread out. It was as if there was an invisible blade cutting open a crack on its body from head to tail. The moment the crack appeared, there was a flash of blue light. A slightly smaller centipede that was more than 8,000 feet long broke free from a crack. Its speed increased several-fold as it charged forward, surrounded by blue flames. Not long after, cracks appeared on the 8,000-foot-long centipede's body again, and an even smaller 6,000-foot-long centipede flew out. Its speed doubled once again. Using this strange method, the centipede continued to shed its shell. Its body continued to shrink, but its speed increased like crazy. Wang Lin moved through the Chaos Beast fog realm with the War Spirit print opening a path. He gradually got closer and closer to the Rank 8 region. Along the way, he encountered many fierce beasts, but with his slaughter and the War Spirit print, he was able to force a bloody path through them. The longer he stayed inside the fog, the more Wang Lin felt like this place was strange. If he stayed here for too long, he would attract even more fierce beasts. Once that happened, it would be extremely difficult to charge out unless his cultivation was completely healed. After using nearly 4 days of time, Wang Lin closed in on the edge of the Chaos Beast fog realm. After leaving this place, he would be able to enter the Rank 8 region. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and pointed at the War Spirit print. The print circled around and appeared before Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin formed a seal without hesitation and pointed at the War Spirit print once more. The giant print trembled, and the absorption of origin energy that Wang Lin had stopped collapsed. It began to absorb origin energy like crazy once more. Just at this moment, there was a flash of blue light inside the fog before Wang Lin. An unimaginable heat spread out and shrouded the surrounding 100,000 feet. An angry roar came from the fog, and as the fog was pushed back, a 3,000-foot-long centipede charged out. There was a monstrous blue sea of fire around it. The moment the centipede appeared, the aura of a rank 12 fierce beast spread out. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he waved his right hand without hesitation. The War Spirit print charged out at the centipede as it absorbed origin energy. It was very fast, and as it rumbled, it caused the fog to spin and collide with the centipede. The centipede let out a heaven-shaking hiss and stared ferociously at the giant palm. Its body flashed as it charged toward the palm under the blue flames. However, when it got close to the palm, its body suddenly twisted and the blue flames collided with the palm. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed as it dodged like lightning and charged at Wang Lin. Its ferocious expression and sharp pincers made it look like it wanted to devour Wang Lin. This scene, combined with the giant palm behind it, was extremely beautiful. Wang Lin's expression was cold, and the star of law appeared between his eyebrows. As it rotated rapidly, his body trembled and a dark blue sea of fire spread out. Compared to the light blue of the centipede, this dark blue was shocking. The centipede's body paused imperceptibly and its eyes became serious, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it rushed forward like crazy. The sea of fire on its body became even more majestic, and the blue light was shocking. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward. He didn't need any fancy spells to fight against a fire divine arts master. Just one move was enough to decide the outcome. With a point of his finger, the deep blue sea of flames around him suddenly surged, gathered, and charged forward. As it rushed forward, a blue light flashed and formed a giant, blue rosefinch in the sea of fire. This rosefinch let out a roar and charged at the centipede. The centipede immediately let out a roar and raised its upper body like a snake raising its head. It stared at rosefinch, and the light blue flames on its body gathered like crazy, forming a monstrous force around its body. It collided with the blue rosefinch that was closing in. Thunderous rumbles shook the entire Chaos Beast fog realm. The beast consciousnesses of several rank 12 beasts rushed toward this place. At this moment, An extremely powerful aura that even made Wang Lin's heart tremble rushed out from the depths of the Chaos Beast Fog realm and completely suppressed the auras of all the rank 12 beasts. Thunderous rumbles shook the heavens and earth as the two flames collided. The rose finch let out a roar and quickly retreated. It charged at Wang Lin with a hint of unwillingness. The moment it charged into Wang Lin's body flickered, and he retreated into the distance. The sea of fire before the centipede collapsed in an instant, and its body exploded. Half of its body turned into a pool of blood, but the remaining half didn't die. It let out a miserable roar and quickly disappeared into the fog. Within the fog, the boundless sect elder's pupils constricted, and shock appeared in his eyes. Who is this person? He actually has a flame that surpasses the fire centipede spirit, and his cultivation is extremely powerful. If it wasn't for him being injured, even I wouldn't have the confidence to fight him. He is not someone from the god sect. The old man has seen the war spirit print before. Although what he used is similar, it is not the war spirit print. The three disciples beside the old man were also dumbfounded, and they revealed looks of astonishment. The three of them originally thought that their cultivation was already sufficient, but the scene just now caused their hearts to tremble violently. In particular, the beautiful female cultivator's eyes lit up as she looked in the direction Wang Lin had left. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the aura that suppressed all the sure sands in the Chaos Beast Fog realm was filled with madness and anger. The old man suddenly looked up as if he had thought of something. His expression changed, and he waved his sleeve to take his three disciples to the third path. This place can no longer allow the three of them to train. Chapter 1233. After charging out of the Chaos Beast Fog realm, Wang Lin entered the Rank 8 region. After entering, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with joy. He looked back at the Chaos Beast Fog realm. At that moment, he felt the aura of a sure San rank beast. It was this aura that made him give up on chasing the centipede. After all, the most important thing right now was to go to the Wind Celestial Realm. There is a reason why the Chaos Beast Fog Realm is so famous. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin charged off into the distance. After entering the Rank 8 region, Wang Lin no longer charged around like before. He knew that there were many powerful old monsters in the Rank 8 region. For example, the old man that was observing his battle with the centipede was one of them. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, although he hadn't fully recovered, he could still be arrogant in the Rank 6 and 7 regions with his various spells and treasures. However, in the Rank 8 region, he had to be cautious. Therefore, Wang Lin withdrew his body and slowed down a bit. He carefully studied the route to the Wind Celestial Realm. He didn't charge through the sects, but went around them and headed toward the Wind Celestial Realm. Compared to the vast Rank 8 region, Wang Lin's figure was like a fish in the sea. He deliberately hid himself as he slowly moved toward the Wind Celestial Realm he had obtained. Several days passed. It had been almost a month since Wang Lin left the Rank 5 region. The fog in the Rank 8 region was dense, and Wang Lin cautiously moved forward. On this day, without anyone knowing, he closed in on the broken entrance to the Wind Celestial Realm in the Rank 8 region. The Wind Celestial Realm and the Cloud Sea had been seriously damaged, but due to the mosquito beasts occupying it, the remains were perfectly preserved. Few cultivators came here, but that didn't mean there weren't any. Almost every once in a while, a group of cultivators would come to the Wind Celestial Realm in an attempt to capture a lone mosquito beast. If one wanted to enter the Wind Realm, there was no need for the Wind Cauldron. The entrance to the Wind Realm was like a huge crack that had been torn open. As long as one had the courage to charge through the dense mosquito horde, they would be able to enter. However, there were very few people who could actually do this. Only a large number of people and cultivators with great abilities could attempt to charge into the Wind World. Most of the cultivators who came here only moved around the periphery. After all, there would occasionally be some ferocious beasts outside the crack at the entrance of the Wind Realm. These ferocious beasts contain some extremely rare celestial energy. After a long time, some crystals containing celestial energy could be born. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. At this moment, there were more than a dozen cultivators outside the wind realm crack. They seemed to be waiting for someone to enter the wind realm crack together. In the distance, Wang Lin gradually walked out from the fog. His white hair was very conspicuous, and the moment he appeared, he attracted the gazes of more than a dozen cultivators. At this moment, in the Rank 5 region, in the origin sect on the continent of Mo Luo, Lu Yinfei was standing on a mountain where she talked to Wang Lin for the first time. Facing the wind, her hair fluttered, making her look like a celestial. There was a hint of melancholy on her beautiful face. The main sect's grand ceremony and the competition between the branch sects were about to begin. At this moment, the people of the origin sect were all ready. Once the main sect's transfer array opened, they could enter and teleport to the main sect. Unless the main sect took the initiative to open the transfer arrays, they didn't have the authority to use them. Lu Yinfei had been standing here for 1 hour. She had been looking at the sky, hoping to see the figure from 100 years ago appear. However, she had waited for 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, and even now, that figure still hadn't appeared. After a long time, the earth trembled and a blinding light came from the origin sect. At the same time, origin energy gathered in the origin sect. However, none of this caught Lu Yinfei's attention. She bit her lower lip and stared at the sky with sadness in her eyes. Why? You promised? You said that you would come? Teacher, the main sect has opened the transfer array. Uncle Master asked me to invite you over. We have to leave. Suyin arrived behind Lu Yinfei. She looked at her teacher and pondered a bit before softly saying, Teacher, the main sect has opened the transfer array. With a sigh, Lu Yinfei withdrew her gaze from the sky. The melancholy on her face disappeared and was replaced with determination. She looked at Su Yun and softly said, After this trip, we are no longer teacher and disciple. Your talent is very good, so I presume you will quickly become a core disciple of any branch sect. Teacher. Tears flowed down from Su Yun's eyes, and she was about to speak. No need to say more. I have made up my mind. Lu Yinfei took a profound look at Su Yun and walked down the mountain. Outside the transfer array, Lu Yinfei's 3 senior brothers silently stood there. An oppressive aura surrounded them as they looked around reluctantly. They wanted to take one last look. When Lu Yinfei arrived, everyone stepped into the transfer array. The transfer array activated, and they disappeared toward the main sect of the Rank 8 region, the Everlasting Sect. Inside the transfer array, crystal tears flowed down from Lu Yinfei's eyes. Perhaps when you come back, you will find that the origin sect is already gone. At the same time, in the Rank 9 region, after the fierce beasts were stopped, the beast tide seemed to have stopped. This allowed the cultivators of the Cloud Sea to have a short break. Among these cultivators, the blue-haired Li Qianmei was the focus of everyone's gazes. She wiped the beast blood off her sword. She looked tired, but she was still calm. Looking into the distance, Li Qianmei silently left the battlefield and headed toward the Demon Sect's branch sect. I'm going to leave for 3 months. Inside the Demon Sect's main hall, Li Qianmei looked at the blurry figure sitting in the depths of the hall. Her voice was very light, but it was filled with determination. The main hall was silent. The blurry figure slowly raised his head, and 2 rays of light shone out and landed on Li Qianmei's body. Li Qianmei's expression was calm and didn't change at all. Not many people could be like this under this kind of gaze. Even the owner of the gaze couldn't help but reveal admiration. No, I'm just informing you. Li Qianmei turned around and walked out of the hall. The blurry figure seemed to frown, and his voice was unstable. An even larger beast tide is about to arrive. If you leave now, it will be a disgrace to your heaven-breaking sect. Li Qianmei didn't speak and walked out of the hall. If you take even half a step out, you will be considered a traitor. The voice was still unstable, but it caused the world to become cold. Li Qianmei stopped. After pondering for a bit, she didn't turn around and softly said, I'm going to leave for 3 months. After she finished speaking, she raised her foot and walked forward without any hesitation. The hall was completely silent. Why are you so determined? Is there something more important than fighting against the beast tide and preventing the cloud sea from being poisoned? There was a hint of anger in the voice. There is one thing that is more important to me than what you said. Li Qianmei gradually walked into the distance. It wasn't until a long time after Li Qianmei left that a sigh came from the hall. The voice no longer contained any coldness or anger. Since you are so determined, then take my jade token and use the transfer array to leave. This will save you some time. Along with the voice came a ray of gentle light that flew forward and landed in Li Qianmei's hand as she walked out of the demon's sect. Li Qianmei held the jade as she looked into the distance and softly said, "He has disappeared for 100 years. This time, he should be helping the Origin sect participate in the competition. Will he go?" In the cloud sea, there was a wild continent floating in the fog. This place was extremely cold, and it was as if all living things here would be frozen. In the eastern part of this wild continent, there was a cave on a mountain. Mu Bingmei was sitting there and would occasionally open her eyes to look outside. In this foreign land, she was swallowing the loneliness and loneliness by herself. Her injuries were very serious, and it would be impossible for her body to recover in a short period of time. She was waiting for the moment she arrived in the cloud sea. She had thrown out the ancient inheritance of the brilliant void, the jade that only the saintess of each generation could possess. While cultivating, Mu Bingmei would often think about her life. Her life had been very boring, and she had spent almost all of it in the brilliant void. The happiest thing was the experiences of her avatars. Every time she was immersed in them, it was as if she was looking at another life of hers. Lu Mei was the most special existence among her avatars, and she was special because of one person. At that moment, Mu Bingmei couldn't tell if she was Lu Mei or Mu Bingmei. She was like an outsider, and as she watched Lu Mei, she gradually lost herself. It was as if she had walked from the outside into the game. As she thought about it, tears fell from the corners of her Origin soul's eyes. However, these tears weren't real tears. They were just the pain in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, a soft voice came from outside the cave and entered Mu Bingmei's mind. This caused her to immediately awaken, but she wasn't surprised, as if she had expected it. Is the brilliant void saintess, Big Sister Mu Bingmei, inside the cave? Mu Bingmei softly said, "Please come in." A woman wearing a yellow dress walked in from outside the cave. She was very delicate, and although she couldn't compare to Mu Bingmei's beauty, she didn't look mediocre when standing next to her. The woman looked at Mu Bingmei and apologetically said, "After receiving the jade, my teacher wanted to personally come, but something unexpected happened. Little sister was sent here to bring Big Sister Mu back to the God sect. I haven't introduced myself, Little Sister Wang Shanshan." Surnamed Wang. There was a hint of loneliness in Mu Bingmei's eyes. She nodded and softly said, "Thank you, Little Sister Shanshan." The woman named Wang Shanshan was very delicate. After taking out some pills, she smiled and said, "Big Sister Mu is really beautiful. Little Sister has never seen such a beautiful woman in my life." Mu Bingmei's smile was a bit bitter, and she didn't speak. "Big Sister Mu, this return to the God sect coincides with the grand competition between the rank 8 sects in the Cloud Sea. How about we go together? Little Sister has just come out, and I don't want to go back so soon." Mu Bingmei looked at the woman before her and nodded. "There's a bit of an emergency, so I can only update 1 chapter today. However, everyone can rest assured that I'll release 4 chapters tomorrow to compensate everyone." Chapter 1234. The grand ceremony of the Rank 8 region had attracted all the Rank 8 sects, but not all the disciples were interested. Some of the disciples scoffed at the grand ceremony and didn't participate. Instead, they left as they pleased. The cultivators outside the Wind Celestial Realm were like this. They were all juniors of their sects, but their cultivation levels weren't weak. They had gathered together to explore the Wind Celestial Realm. Li Yuanlei was one of them, and he was the leader among them. He was at the peak of the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser. He wore a green robe and had a slender figure. He gave off a majestic aura. His eyes shined brightly as he coldly stared ahead. They were waiting for the other cultivators to come. According to the time, they should be here soon. Just at this moment, the fog before them churned. Wang Lin was wearing white and had a head of white hair. He moved like the wind as he broke through the fog and slowly walked out. The moment he appeared, the gazes of more than a dozen cultivators gathered on him. When Li Yuanlei saw Wang Lin, his expression changed, and his gaze followed Wang Lin's figure. The other cultivators around Li Yuanlei only glanced at Wang Lin before withdrawing their gazes and no longer paying attention to him. Only Li Yuanlei frowned slightly. He felt that this white-haired youth before him was somewhat strange and unfathomable. Looking at the rift to the wind celestial realm before him, Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He had used a month of time to finally arrive here, all for the wind celestial realm. At this moment, he didn't even look at the cultivators outside the wind celestial realm. He calmly walked forward toward the giant rift in the distance. This rift looked like a giant mouth that wanted to devour everything. It gave off a gloomy aura and a hint of celestial spiritual energy. Although it was very faint, Wang Lin could clearly feel it. After passing the dozen or so cultivators, Wang Lin arrived outside the rift and spread out his divine sense. However, he immediately noticed that his divine sense seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit or entered another space, and it quickly dissipated. However, the moment it dissipated, Wang Lin still saw the scene inside the wind celestial realm. It was a world filled with yellow light. It was as if the entire world was shrouded in the howling wind. Whether it was the earth or the sky, there was wind blowing everywhere. The divine sense he spread out was devoured by the rift, and even the remnants were destroyed by the wind. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Just at this moment, a burst of ridicule came from one of the dozen or so cultivators. He looked at Wang Lin's action with ridicule and casually said to his companion, "Where did this reckless cultivator come from? He dares to spread out his divine sense outside the rift to spy on the wind celestial realm. How could he do such a thing so easily? He must be a madman who doesn't know the consequences." The cultivators around him all looked at Wang Lin outside the rift with ridicule in their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't like Wang Lin, but Wang Lin's action was extremely reckless to these people who had come here many times. Every cultivator that came here would form a group and carefully enter the rift before spreading out their divine sense. Otherwise, their divine sense would be easily torn apart by the celestial realm's wind, and this action was worthless. Unless it was the great old monsters of their respective sex, perhaps they would do this, but that was because their cultivation was high enough and they planned to barge into the wind world alone, which was why they did this. Li Yuanlei also smiled and took a few steps forward. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and said, "I'm afraid this is the first time fellow cultivator has come to the entrance to the wind celestial realm. Spreading out your divine sense here is very dangerous. If fellow cultivator wants to see the wind celestial realm, how about you come with us? Once the others arrive, we can enter together. It will be much safer and we can retreat safely." Wang Lin still looked at the rift as if he was pondering. After Li Yuanlei finished speaking, Wang Lin didn't look back and only calmly said one thing. "No need." After he finished speaking, he raised his foot and walked toward the rift to the wind celestial realm. His pace was not fast, but there seemed to be a strange power enveloping him that instantly attracted everyone's attention. From the looks of it, it looks like he's going to enter the wind celestial realm by himself. Brother Li has good intentions. This person is quite arrogant, but even those old monsters won't easily enter the wind celestial realm by themselves. Li Yuanlei's eyes narrowed as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure moved faster and faster toward the rift to the wind celestial realm. In an instant, Wang Lin closed in and was about to enter. But just at this moment, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he immediately stopped moving. He suddenly retreated hundreds of feet. This sudden action didn't allow the surrounding cultivators to react. A monstrous roar came from the rift to the wind celestial realm, and the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. A red mist spewed out from the crack in the wind world and spread out. Inside the red mist, low roars and roars came out. At the same time, rays of red light flashed. They were ferocious red mosquito beasts that were 1,000 feet long and instantly appeared. These mosquito beasts were all covered in barbs, and their huge mouthparts gave off a strong stench. Just one look at them would cause people to be shocked. A ferocious aura that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly filled the world. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 mosquito beasts flew out. Just at this moment, Li Yuanlei's expression changed greatly. He retreated without hesitation and shouted, "A small group of giant mosquito beasts has been swept out by the red mist. Quickly retreat." As he spoke, the expressions of the cultivators around Li Yuanlei immediately changed, and they quickly retreated. With their cultivation levels, they had no chance of winning against these 100 mosquito beasts. At this moment, they scattered and fled in all directions. Heaven offering incense. Li Yuanlei's voice echoed once more. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a black incense stick as thick as an arm appeared. With a wave of his hand, the incense stick was lit, and a thick fragrance immediately spread. He wasn't the only one. All the cultivators took out incense sticks at the same time and lit them. In the blink of an eye, the world outside the rift to the wind celestial realm was filled with a strange fragrance. The mosquito beasts seemed to be extremely disgusted by this fragrance. Their original charge stopped, and they stared at the surrounding cultivators with ferocious gazes. Looking at the ferocious appearance of the 100 mosquito beasts, everyone, including Li Yuanlei, immediately thought of the ferocious reputation of the mosquito beasts. They became nervous as they stared at the mosquito beasts. After they found that they had stopped outside the fragrance, they let out sighs of relief. Just at this moment, a young cultivator standing beside Li Yuanlei stared ahead dumbfoundedly. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he exclaimed, "This? How is this possible?" His voice had gone out of control, and the moment he spoke, everyone's gazes gathered in the direction he was looking at. All of them were dumbfounded, and their expressions were filled with shock and horror. However, most of them were filled with confusion and confusion. At the center of their gazes was a white-robed figure moving among the mosquito beasts. Below him was a special, pale golden mosquito beast. As he moved forward, the ferocious scarlet-red mosquito beasts in the surroundings immediately revealed dark lights in their eyes, and their ferociousness greatly reduced. They didn't dare to block the young man in white at all, and they all moved aside. Moreover, based on their expressions, they seemed to reveal a sense of unquestionable respect. These mosquito beasts let out roars and no longer paid attention to the cultivators. They surrounded the white-robed figure, or more accurately, the pale golden mosquito beast. It was as if they were surrounding the red mist as they moved toward the rift to the wind celestial realm. This strange scene caused the surrounding cultivators to be filled with disbelief. It was as if the mosquito beasts weren't spat out by the red mist, but came out of their own volition to welcome the white-robed person. They were welcoming the white-robed person. It wasn't until the white-robed person entered the red mist and stepped into the rift to the wind celestial realm that the 100-plus ferocious red mosquito beasts all charged into the red mist. The red fog tumbled, and it was as if time had gone awry, as if it had started to reverse itself. When a mosquito returned to the fog immediately shrank and was sucked into the crack before disappearing without a trace. From a moment the mosquito beasts appeared to the moment they returned to the red mist, all of this happened in less than half an incense stick of time. All the cultivators, including Li Yuanlei, felt their scalps go numb. Even after the surroundings returned to normal, they were still in shock. Who is he? Is his appearance a coincidence? Or did the giant mosquito beasts go out to welcome him? Everyone looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They could never forget the scene from before. For the cultivators of the Cloud Sea, the mosquito beasts that occupied the wind celestial realm were powerful without a doubt. Even the God sect wasn't confident they could take back the wind celestial realm. They had sent out powerful cultivators, but all of them failed and none of them came back alive. Most importantly, It was impossible to tame the giant mosquito beasts. No matter what method they used, they had never succeeded. After a long time, almost everyone knew about this characteristic of the mosquito beasts. However, the existence of the white-robed figure had made something that everyone thought was impossible possible. The surroundings were completely silent. Soon, a few rays of light came from the distance. The people they were waiting for had arrived. "Sorry, everyone. I thought I could finish writing in the morning, but I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. Explanations are weak. I just want to tell everyone about my experience from last night until now. Yesterday, I fell down and was still joking around, so I didn't take it too seriously. Last night, I sat on the 1:21 a.m. train and was going to wake up to Mudanjiang. As a result, I slept from time to time and woke up from the pain. When I returned to Mudanjiang at 7 a.m., my right arm was swollen and I couldn't move it. I went to the hospital in the morning to take an x-ray to see if there were any fractures. Fortunately, the bones were fine, but the tendons and soft tissues were seriously injured. I was prescribed a lot of medicine, pads, and food. After I finished, it was already noon. The pain of writing made me want to die. Now that I have finished a chapter, I will grit my teeth and fulfill my promise. It will be slow, but I will persevere. I'm not doing this to gain sympathy. As the renegade immortal's score increases, more and more people come to find trouble with me. When I can't find much in the article, they start to slander the author. I can't stop this kind of thing from continuing, but I still want to talk to everyone because this is the only fun I have as a nerd who doesn't have many friends. Chapter 1235. The rift to the wind celestial realm seemed to have been opened by someone and devoured everything that entered. When Wang Lin saw the red mist and the 100 red mosquito beasts appear, he didn't hesitate to summon his own mosquito beast. Just as he expected, as soon as the pale gold mosquito beast appeared, it immediately caused the 100 mosquito beasts to tremble with its unique aura. Soon, the mosquito beasts firmly surrounded the area. The ranks of the mosquito beasts were strict, and there was absolute pressure below each rank. Just like what Li Yuanlei and the others saw, the red mosquito beasts were really welcoming their king. However, what they were welcoming wasn't Wang Lin, but the mosquito king under him. After entering the rift, the world before Wang Lin was the same as before. The world was filled with yellow light, but this yellow light wasn't everything. There was also a strange red mist that moved at an astonishing speed. Stepping into the wind celestial realm of the past, dense celestial spiritual energy filled the air. Although this place was in ruins, it was very well preserved. The deeper one went, the more it was like this. What Wang Lin felt the most here was the wind. Endless wind, endless wind. The entire world, the entire celestial realm, seemed to be filled with the traces of wind. There was no dust on the earth, as if it had been blown away by the wind that hadn't stopped for countless years. His clothes fluttered in the wind, emitting flapping sounds. His white hair danced in the wind. The wind was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and sometimes gentle and caressing his face. It was pleasing to the mind, as if countless soft little hands were caressing his body. However, when it was heavy, it was like a hammer that could shatter his body and shatter his origin soul. The entire wind celestial realm was indeed like its name. It was filled with wind. It was as if a hole had been opened in the world, and the lonely wind that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years was released. Loneliness, loneliness. This was what Wang Lin felt when he closed his eyes and the first gust of wind hit his face. There was also the whimpering sound of the wind that was born along with the wind. It was like a lonely murmur and a soft chant that slowly reverberated between the heavens and the earth. It was as if there were many people continuously making vague sounds, giving off a strange feeling that caused one's heart to tremble. As he moved forward, more than 100 mosquito beasts surrounded Wang Lin. As the roars echoed, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin revealed an excited expression. It let out a heaven-shaking roar. The moment this roar echoed, a cloud of red fog that was being pushed by the wind collapsed with a bang. Hundreds of rays of red light flew out, and turned into ferocious mosquito beasts. The gazes of these mosquito beasts all gathered on the Mosquito King under Wang Lin, and they all began to roar. However, these roars were filled with the aura of submission. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had long since noticed that there was something strange about the mosquito beasts in the Wind Celestial Realm. Although they were ferocious, they all contained celestial spiritual energy. This was easy to explain. After all, they had existed in the Wind Celestial Realm for a long time, so they naturally had celestial spiritual energy. What really caught Wang Lin's attention was the strength of these red mosquito beasts. Wang Lin had seen similar red mosquito beasts in the Demon Spirit Land. Perhaps it was because they weren't very strong, but each of these red mosquito beasts was equal to a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. There were a few dark red mosquito beasts that were comparable to late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators. This discovery caused Wang Lin's spirit to rise. Although only a small portion of these mosquito beasts were equal to late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators, Wang Lin knew that this was only the outer edge of the Wind Celestial Realm. The red mosquito beasts were the lowest rank among the mosquito beasts. If they were outside the spatial crack, Wang Lin understood that those cultivators wouldn't be so nervous. After all, these 100 mosquito beasts weren't that strong. However, outside the spatial crack, they had to retreat. If one mosquito beast escaped, then what awaited them would be the endless pursuit of the mosquito beasts in the celestial realm. Just one mosquito beast would let out a sharp roar, and tens of thousands of mosquito beasts would charge out. In truth, the mosquito beasts were a very strange race. The king of the mosquito beasts wasn't the strongest. Instead, there were many guards that were much stronger than the king of the mosquito beasts. However, as the king of the mosquito beasts, they had a unique ability, and that was metamorphosis. Almost all mosquito beasts were born with a fixed limit, and no one could break through it. For example, if they were born red, then they would at most be brownish red until they died. Once they metamorphosed, they would become the king of their race. Although they might not be as strong as the other mosquito beasts in the beginning, they would become the strongest in the end. More importantly, once the mosquito beast metamorphosed, it would naturally give off a pressure that only belonged to its own kind. This pressure would be passed down to the soul, and no matter how strong the mosquito beast was, as long as it wasn't too powerful, it would obey this pressure. It was the existence of this pressure that caused the kings of the mosquito beasts to undergo drastic changes when they saw each other. They would either get along, or they would fight to the death to devour each other. Every time two kings devoured each other, the victor's strength would increase explosively. Also, the other mosquito beasts wouldn't participate in the battle between the kings of the mosquito beasts. After one side died, the mosquito beasts it gathered would immediately become the new king's subordinates. Before Wang Lin decided to come to the Wind Celestial Realm, he had made a lot of preparations and understanding of the mosquito beasts. At this moment, as the Mosquito King let out a roar, the hundreds of red mosquito beasts flew over and surrounded him. Right now, there were nearly 200 mosquito beasts around Wang Lin, and 10 of them were dark red. Just this alone was far from enough. Wang Lin's goal was the more powerful mosquito beasts in the depths of this place. In particular, when he thought about the endless dark purple mosquito beasts that flew out from the mysterious planet in 2C's memories, even someone as strong as 2C had to flee. Every time he thought about this, Wang Lin's heart would palpitate. This was the main reason why he forced the Mosquito King to metamorphose. Looking at the 10 dark red mosquito beasts, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After pondering a bit, he didn't continue deeper into the Wind Celestial Realm, but circled around the periphery of the Wind Celestial Realm. Several hours later, Wang Lin and the 200 mosquito beasts around him saw the red mist rushing toward them. After seeing the red mist, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The Mosquito King immediately rushed out and let out a roar at the red mist. As it roared, the large amount of red fog stopped moving forward and shattered. Nearly 100 scarlet red mosquito beasts scattered and charged at the Mosquito King. There was a moment of struggle in their eyes, but they soon revealed submission. Wang Lin's gaze swept by and found 6 dark red mosquito beasts in the third wave of mosquito beasts. This made him excited. At this moment, Wang Lin felt that as the Mosquito King continued to gather more mosquito beasts, his overall strength was rapidly increasing. There were 300 mosquito beasts equivalent to Nirvana Scryer cultivators, and 16 of them were equivalent to late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators. This force was enough to easily trap and kill a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator without Wang Lin even having to act. 300 is still too little. I need more. If I can take 10,000 red mosquito beasts equivalent to Nirvana Scryer cultivators, then even if a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator sees me, they would run away without me using a spell. If I can have 100,000 red mosquito beasts, then even a peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivator would have to run 50 kilometers away from me. If I can have 100,000 red mosquito beasts, so what if I'm at the Heaven's Blight stage? If I can have more than 1 million, 10 million? Wang Lin licked his lips and revealed a look of excitement. He had waited for this day for a long time. At this moment, he took a deep breath and flew off into the distance with the 300 mosquito beasts. Along the way, the sound of the mosquito beasts flapping their wings echoed through the air. Their auras were shocking. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he quickly moved through the wind celestial realm. Shortly after, he saw another red mist being blown by the wind. The Mosquito King let out a roar and a pressure spread out. The red mist suddenly stopped, and a large amount of mosquito beasts flew over. However, at this moment, 2 rays of brownish-red light charged out from the red mist. They didn't charge at Wang Lin, but quickly retreated with struggle in their eyes. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the Mosquito King charged out like lightning toward the 2 fleeing brownish-red mosquito beasts. At the same time, it let out a roar, and a powerful pressure spread out in all directions. As this pressure descended, the 2 brownish-red mosquito beasts trembled and began to roar. A moment later, the struggle in their eyes disappeared, and they were replaced with submission. They flew next to the Mosquito King. Wang Lin's divine sense scanned the 2 brownish-red mosquito beasts and revealed a look of joy. These 2 brownish-red mosquito beasts were almost the same as peak Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Due to their ferocious auras, they gave off an even more terrifying and fierce feeling. 400. Wang Lin looked at the dense mosquito herd around him, especially the 2 brownish-red mosquito beasts and the nearly 20 dark red mosquito beasts. His mood became even more joyous. He was in no rush to go deeper into the wind celestial realm and continued to circle the outer area. As he moved forward, he encountered patches of red mist. A large amount of mosquito beasts flew out, and when they saw Wang Lin's Mosquito King, their bodies trembled and they surrounded it. 2 days later, Wang Lin was surrounded by thousands of mosquito beasts. From afar, it looked like a red cloud covering the sky. I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 1236. With Wang Lin's speed, he had circled the entire wind celestial realm once in 2 days. While searching for the mosquito beasts, Wang Lin also found some celestial jades in the wind celestial realm. Perhaps it was because of the mosquito beasts here that not many cultivators entered, but Wang Lin obtained a lot of celestial jades. However, what made him gradually frown was that the fog of mosquito beasts that were blown by the wind gradually became less and less. In the end, he would often see one rolling over from the horizon after a few hours. This was a very abnormal phenomenon. If the wind celestial realm's mosquito beasts were only this much, it would be impossible for the Cloud Sea cultivators to stop or for the celestial realm to change their expressions. On this day, Wang Lin floated in the air and looked at the depths of the wind celestial realm. During these 2 days, he found that most of the mosquito beasts were gathered in the inner part of the wind celestial realm. As for the red mist, it was blown out by the wind, which was why there weren't many. There are a lot of mosquito beasts in the depths of the wind celestial realm, so there must be even more powerful mosquito beasts. There might even be a Mosquito King. In that case, I can't recklessly charge in. While pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and with a thought, the Mosquito King let out a roar. The red mosquito beast next to it let out a fierce roar. Its roar contained a strange, penetrating force, as if it had encountered a life and death crisis and was calling for its companion. This roar formed an invisible ripple that echoed across the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked into the distance. It didn't take long for thunderous rumbles to come from the distance. A monstrous red light closed in from the horizon. They were still far away, but the red light was earth-shattering. There was a crazy roar coming from the red light that caused the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. Even the sky of the wind's celestial realm trembled, and large amounts of cracks appeared. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but his pupils shrank. There were more than 1,000 red lights in the distance. This was only the first wave. Wang Lin could imagine that it wouldn't be long before even more mosquito beasts arrived. It wouldn't just be the red mosquito beasts. There would be even more powerful mosquito beasts. A moment later, the thousands of mosquito beasts closed in, but the moment they closed in, the Mosquito King flew out. Faint golden light surrounded it, and a pressure spread out. Among the thousands of mosquito beasts, there were nearly 100 dark red mosquito beasts and dozens of brownish-red mosquito beasts. Under this pressure, they immediately trembled. The scarlet-red mosquito beasts immediately submitted. The nearly 100 dark red mosquito beasts struggled for a bit before also submitting. Only the dozens of brown, red mosquito beasts retreated and were about to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he was about to signal the Mosquito King to chase. But just at this moment, the sky rumbled even more violently. An endless mosquito herd, no less than tens of thousands of them, was closing in. This scene caused Wang Lin's scalp to go numb. He knew that with the Mosquito King's current state, it would be difficult for it to gather tens of thousands of mosquito beasts. Wang Lin also saw a large amount of blue light, and there was even a small amount of white light. Without hesitation, Wang Lin's body flickered, and the nearly 2,000 mosquito beasts surrounded him. He also hid himself and sent out a message. The Mosquito King immediately took the 2,000 mosquito beasts and flew far away from the terrifying mosquito herd. Fortunately, the large mosquito herd only circled the area once and returned after finding no trace of the enemy. However, the scene of the mosquito herd covering the sky was forever engraved in Wang Lin's memory. In particular, the blue mosquito herd gave off an aura comparable to a nirvana cleanser cultivator. This caused Wang Lin's heart to pound. These blue mosquito beasts were far stronger than the red ones, so there shouldn't be too many of them. However, with the size of the mosquito herd, there shouldn't be too few. What made Wang Lin's heart even more moved were the white mosquito beasts. The aura they gave off was enough to make Wang Lin's heart filled with greed. This was the aura of a nirvana shatterer cultivator. Among the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts, there were nearly 300 white mosquito beasts. If he could control this force, it would be more than tens of thousands of red mosquito beasts. This wind celestial realm is a place of life and death for others. But for me, this is the greatest treasure in my life. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. I wonder what level of cultivators the mosquito beasts here are at if they reach the purple level in 2C's memories. As Wang Lin pondered, there was one thing he still didn't understand. He looked at the Mosquito King beside him. He had obtained this Mosquito King from Suzaku, but even now, he didn't know why it had appeared there. There was another thing that puzzled Wang Lin. His mosquito beast had also reached the purple level, and now it had even reached the golden level. However, its strength was far behind the mosquito beasts in the wind celestial realm. If it wasn't for the pressure from the Mosquito King, Wang Lin would have doubted if his mosquito beast was real. This matter had troubled Wang Lin for a long time. Now that he thought about it, he still didn't have an answer, so he gave up. After the large group of mosquito beasts left, he led the 2,000 mosquito beasts toward the depths of the wind celestial realm. The scene of tens of thousands of mosquito beasts had cut off Wang Lin's idea of luring more mosquito beasts. Once there was an accident, the price would be too great, and the accident couldn't be prevented at all. After thinking about it, Wang Lin decided to slowly enter the wind celestial realm and wait for an opportunity. On the 5th day after entering the wind celestial realm, Wang Lin slowly went deeper. He was still at the edge of the wind celestial realm, but he was a bit closer to the center. There was a fragment of the celestial realm floating here. Just as he closed in, a ray of blue light appeared before him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he became excited. He clearly saw that there was a mosquito beast inside the blue light. This mosquito beast was completely blue and gave off the aura of an early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. It didn't move in a group, only one. As it flew, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin suddenly let out a roar. The blue mosquito beast immediately stopped and turned around to stare at Wang Lin and the Mosquito King. Its eyes were filled with confusion and struggle. Just at this moment, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin let out a roar once more. It turned into a ray of light and charged at the blue mosquito beast. In the blink of an eye, it closed in and its large mouth landed on the blue mosquito beast. The mosquito beast let out a miserable roar and didn't dare to dodge. It was knocked 1,000 feet away, and the struggle in its eyes gradually lessened, but it was still there. It let out a violent roar and turned around to escape into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the faint, golden light around the Mosquito King spread out. It let out an even louder roar. The moment this roar echoed, the surrounding red mosquito beasts trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear and awe. The blue mosquito beast in the distance paused once more, as if there were two wills colliding inside its body. The blue mosquito beast trembled and no longer fled. It slowly flew toward the Mosquito King and revealed a look of submission. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped off the Mosquito King's back. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the blue mosquito beast. The blue mosquito beast immediately became ferocious and revealed a cold gaze. Although it had submitted to the Mosquito King, it was still ferocious toward Wang Lin. However, just as the blue mosquito beast's large mouth swept toward Wang Lin didn't stop. He let out a cold snort and pointed forward. The blue mosquito beast trembled but remained motionless, as if it was frozen. Wang Lin's right hand landed on the mosquito beast's head, and his divine sense spread out. With his understanding of mosquito beasts and his powerful cultivation, he easily found the blue mosquito beast's memory and slowly looked through it. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his hand and began to ponder. The blue mosquito beast regained its ability to move, and its ferocious aura erupted once more. It was about to resist, but the Mosquito King let out a roar. The blue mosquito beast revealed a look of submission and flew toward the red mosquito herd. The moment it closed in, the red mosquito beasts all scattered and didn't dare to get close. Just one blue mosquito beast alone is already so difficult to control. If there are more, it will be even more difficult to make them obey. This is related to the fact that my mosquito beast didn't grow up here. Also, from the blue mosquito beast memory, there is a Mosquito King not far away. The wind celestial realm is large, and although there aren't many Mosquito Kings, there should be some. Based on the mosquito beast's habits, if that Mosquito King dies and my mosquito beast absorbs it, it will be able to control all the mosquito beasts it controls. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he had an idea. However, this idea was a bit too bold. While pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stared into the distance. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and descended toward the celestial fragment below. Beside him, the 2,000 mosquito beasts roared and landed with the Mosquito King. As a result, the center of Wang Lin's location was filled with red clouds. Even if a cultivator came, it would be difficult to see that there was someone inside. Sitting on the ground, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he closed his eyes. He pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, and his body trembled. The star of law formed by his domain flashed and flew out from between his eyebrows. It landed on the Mosquito King beside him. At the same time, Wang Lin's origin soul left his body and turned into a ray of green light that entered the Star of Law on the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King trembled, its eyes shined brightly, and it let out a low hiss. The faint golden light on its body gradually receded and was completely hidden. Then, a faint blue light appeared and surrounded the Mosquito King's body. At this moment, it looked like a blue mosquito beast. There was nothing special about it. Even the pressure of a beast king was sealed by Wang Lin's origin soul, so not a single bit of it leaked out. A moment later, the Mosquito King let out a roar and flew out. It circled in the air and left behind an order to protect Wang Lin's body before flying off into the distance. Although it had left, the nearly 2,000 mosquito beasts still obeyed the Mosquito King's order. No matter what happened, even if they all died, they would protect Wang Lin's body. In particular, the blue mosquito beast had become the strongest among all the mosquito beasts. Although it was still fierce toward Wang Lin, it was the closest to Wang Lin's body and was closely protecting it. Wang Lin's origin soul fused with the Star of Law and imprinted itself on the Mosquito King. It turned into a ray of blue light and flew through the wind's celestial realm. The Mosquito King seemed to be very happy and would occasionally let out a hiss. However, with Wang Lin's seal, there was no pressure from the hiss. At this moment, the Mosquito King was like a very ordinary blue mosquito beast. As he continued to move forward, several hours later, more than 100 blue mosquito beasts closed in. They were all extremely ferocious, and their large mouths gave off a fierce aura. Among them, Wang Lin even saw a mosquito beast that gave off a dark blue glow. It gave off the aura of a mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. They flew past the Mosquito King and didn't stop at all. Only the slightly darker Mosquito King looked back with confusion in its eyes. Wang Lin controlled the Mosquito King and didn't stop at all. Along the way, he saw 3 waves of 100 blue mosquito beasts, and he was extremely shocked. No wonder even 2C had to flee in a sorry state back then. These mosquito beasts alone aren't strong, but there are simply too many of them. And this is only the outer region of the wind celestial realm. If I were to enter the inner region, once a large number of blue or white mosquito beasts appear, even a Heaven's Blight cultivator wouldn't have a corpse left. The hope of escaping is slim. As Wang Lin flew with the Mosquito King, he looked around. There was no aura of a cultivator here. It was obvious that very few cultivators could come here and live here for a long time. This was the world of the mosquito beasts. As the mosquito beasts closed in, several hours later, a very large mountain range appeared before Wang Lin. These mountains towered into the sky and looked majestic from afar. This is the place. Wang Lin's origin soul gathered around the Star of Law and began to closely observe. Outside the mountain range, there were thousands of red mosquito beasts flying. There were also hundreds of blue mosquito beasts. The blue mosquito beasts were extremely domineering, and when the red mosquito beasts encountered them, the red mosquito beasts would quickly move out of the way. Deeper into the mountain range, Wang Lin saw 2 white mosquito beasts. They weren't flying, but were clawing at the walls of the mountain range. Their large mouths were constantly rubbing against the rocks, creating a harsh sound. Sorry everyone, I didn't fulfill my promise. I only wrote 10,000 words today, so there's still 2,000 left. Tomorrow, I'll mend my ears. Today, I won't be able to hold on. Chapter 1237. The Mosquito King that had turned blue buzzed around the mountain range and slowly flew toward it. The moment it closed in, the red mosquito beasts around the mountain range all looked over with a gloomy gaze. The Mosquito King let out a roar, and the red mosquito beasts immediately moved out of the way. Due to the difference in rank, they didn't dare to stop the blue Mosquito King and let fly. However, the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts around the mountain range all looked over ferociously. Their roars echoed across the world, and their ferocious gazes gradually rose. They immediately recognized the blue Mosquito King, and their hostility was obvious. Some of them even rushed out toward the Mosquito King. These mosquito beasts were like blue meteors as they closed in. However, the moment they got close, the Mosquito King released its ferocious aura and quickly dodged. Its large mouth stabbed toward the blue mosquito beast closest to it. The blue mosquito beast let out a roar. Not only did it not retreat, it charged toward the Mosquito King. However, just as it was about to collide with the Mosquito King, the star of law formed by Wang Lin's origin soul flashed. At the same time, a powerful pressure descended and shrouded the blue mosquito beast. The blue mosquito beast immediately trembled, and just as it paused for a moment, the Mosquito King's sharp mouth stabbed deep into the blue mosquito beast's body. The blue mosquito beast trembled, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a skeleton. Its essence and blood were all sucked clean by the Mosquito King. The three blue mosquito beasts also flew over and let out a fierce roar as they charged at the Mosquito King. There was still blood on the Mosquito King's mouth, and it suddenly turned around. Its eyes were filled with ferocity as it let out a roar and collided with one of the blue mosquito beasts. There was a thunderous bang. The blue mosquito beast was clearly not weak and was knocked back. However, before it could adjust, the Mosquito King's mouth had already closed in and sucked the mosquito beast. It flew toward another blue mosquito beast at an even faster speed. All of this happened in a flash. It was unbelievably fast. In an instant, the four blue mosquito beasts all died. Only the Mosquito King remained in the air and coldly stared at the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts before it. Song Luohai cautiously hid behind a boulder at the bottom of the mountain range. He concealed his aura, not revealing himself at all. As an elder of the Silent Soul Path, he had not participated in the grand ceremony of the Eight-Realm Starfield. Instead, he had been hiding here. He had been here for 3 months and had been carefully moving forward. His goal was the king of the mosquito beasts. Song Luohai thought he understood the mosquito beasts very well. His goal was to capture a mosquito king to verify his speculation. However, it was too difficult to catch the mosquito beast king. It was almost impossible, not to mention how to sneak past the mosquito beast and sneak into the mosquito beast king's location. Even if he managed to sneak in, if he couldn't catch it in one strike, then the slightest accident would alarm all the mosquito beasts. At that time, he wasn't sure if he could escape alive. 3 months ago, Song Luohai had set his eyes on this group of mosquito beasts. According to his analysis, he believed that there was definitely a mosquito king within this group of mosquito beasts. Thus, it took him 3 months to sneak here without alerting the red and blue mosquito beasts. However, right now he was in a dilemma. All of this was because of the 2 white mosquito beasts that suddenly flew here half a month ago. Song Luohai had only seen these white mosquito beasts once, but he could clearly feel the aura and pressure of a nirvana shatterer cultivator from them. For this trip, Song Luohai had made very comprehensive preparations. According to his analysis, he had a 30% chance of success. If he succeeded, his name would shake the entire Rank 8 region. Even those old monsters with higher cultivation levels than him would quickly avoid him. Even the Rank 9 region would likely favor him. These benefits made Song Luohai's heart pound, which was why he took the risk to come here. However, those 2 white mosquito beasts had messed up everything. Song Luohai had a feeling that the 2 white mosquito beasts seemed to have noticed his existence, but they clearly hadn't found where he was hiding yet. Right now, it looked like he was crawling on a mountain, but if he moved an inch, he would immediately be noticed. During this half a month, Song Luohai felt bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to move at all. Although he was an elder of the Silent Soul sect, he was at the bottom, only at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Just as Song Luohai was in despair, he saw a blue mosquito beast flying in from the distance. Originally, he didn't care about this and didn't have time to worry about something that had nothing to do with him. However, what happened next gave him a huge shock. He saw with his own eyes that the lone blue mosquito beast had sucked dry 4 blue mosquitoes of the same rank in an instant. Moreover, its ferocity was extremely high, and it faintly revealed its desire to challenge. This discovery caused Song Luohai's mind to tremble, and he vaguely felt that his chance had come. The Mosquito King's roar echoed in the world. Just at this moment, one of the two white mosquito beasts coldly glanced at the Mosquito King and let out a roar. It turned into a ray of white light and charged into the group of blue mosquito beasts. As the blue mosquito beast dodged, it charged straight at the Mosquito King. Before it even got close, there was an earth-shaking whistling sound. It carried a crazy impact as it fiercely collided with the Mosquito King. There was a thunderous bang, and the Mosquito King was knocked back hundreds of feet before it suddenly stopped. It let out a roar and flew forward once more. After the white mosquito beast knocked away the Mosquito King, it floated motionlessly in the air. Its expression was cold, and there was a hint of killing intent in its eyes. Then it charged out like a bolt of white lightning toward the Mosquito King. Just as the two mosquito beasts collided, the star of law on Wang Lin's origin soul rotated. A powerful force of the world descended and surrounded the Mosquito King. The moment it collided with the white mosquito beast, it charged forward like crazy. The moment this force of the world appeared, the surrounding mosquito beasts let out a roar. The hundreds of blue mosquito beasts immediately surrounded the Mosquito King and stared at it. With a thunderous bang, the white mosquito beast trembled and retreated. Its fierce eyes were filled with coldness as it flapped its wings. As it let out a hiss, the barbed hairs on its body began to sway and instantly grew longer. This made the white mosquito beast look like it was covered in long hair. The fur spread out, and, at a glance, it looked like the white mosquito beast had swelled up. As it let out a roar, the white mosquito beast rushed out and charged at the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King's body flashed, and it didn't retreat at all. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the two mosquito beasts began a life and death battle. In a short period of time, the two mosquito beasts collided no less than dozens of times. The rumbling sounds became even more intense. The white mosquito beast was knocked back, and there were many wounds on its body, causing blood to flow out. The Mosquito King was also in a sorry state. As it retreated, it looked a bit dispirited, but the ferocity in its eyes became even stronger. This time, before Wang Lin could send out a divine sense message, it flew out toward the retreating white mosquito beast. The white mosquito beast let out a roar, and all of its hairs stood up. With a bang, all of its hairs fell off like flying swords. They gave off a strange howl, and contained a shocking spell that seemed to be able to break the world. They all gathered toward the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King didn't slow down. It moved even faster. It was still growing and rarely fought with its own kind, as if it was learning. The moment it rushed out, the hooked hairs on its body began to grow like crazy. In the blink of an eye, each strand of hair was hundreds of feet long and covered its entire body. The moment it rushed out, it copied the white mosquito beast and cut off all of its hairs. Like rain, it charged forward. There was a thunderous bang as the two hairs collided, creating a series of thunderous rumbles. A powerful shock wave spread out, causing the surrounding mosquito beasts to retreat. The ferocity of the Mosquito King became even stronger. It rushed out of the center of the collision and charged at the white mosquito beast. Popping sounds echoed as if it had gone crazy. It mercilessly smashed into the white mosquito beast, and its large mouth was looking for an opportunity to stab into the white mosquito beast's body. The white mosquito beast quickly retreated, but at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came from the mountain range. This aura contained the pressure of mosquito beasts, and it was as if all mosquito beasts had to submit to this aura. The moment this aura appeared, the other white mosquito beast flew up and let out a roar. The entire mountain trembled, and a huge crack appeared at the top of the mountain. It extended to the bottom of the mountain, as if someone had torn the mountain apart. A ray of purple light came out from the crack in a mountain range. At the same time, an ancient aura filled the world, and a purple mist appeared inside the crack. This mist was very dense, and after it appeared, it suddenly shrank. A ferocious mosquito beast 1,000 feet tall slowly flew out from the mist. This mosquito beast was covered in purple hairs. Although they were drooping and looked messy, the moment it appeared, all the red and blue mosquito beasts became quiet. Song Luahai's pupils shrank as he stared at the purple mosquito beast with messy hairs. There was a flash of greed in his eyes. Mosquito King. The purple mosquito king's indifferent gaze swept by. It seemed to casually look at where Song Luohai was hiding before its gaze fell on Wang Lin's mosquito beast. After a long time, it let out a roar. Chapter 1238. This was a roar that contained the pressure of the Mosquito King. Under this pressure, all mosquito beasts had to obey and become a part of the Mosquito King. Wang Lin's mosquito beast performance had obviously gained the recognition of the Purple Mosquito King. This was why it had come out and personally subdued the Mosquito King. This was also Wang Lin's purpose. As the Purple Mosquito King roared, Wang Lin's mosquito beast also let out a low hiss as if it was submitting. Under Wang Lin's control, it slowly flew forward and gradually closed in on the Purple Mosquito King. The moment the Purple Mosquito King appeared, Wang Lin clearly felt the aura of a mid-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. This Mosquito King was obviously not very strong, and this mountain was where its clan was located. Normally, it would stay here and slowly struggle to transform. It wouldn't casually appear. Although Wang Lin's mosquito beast wasn't strong enough, it had transformed into a golden mosquito. Therefore, it was difficult for the Purple Mosquito King to find the true aura of Wang Lin's mosquito beast. Wang Lin's mosquito beast didn't attract the attention of the surrounding mosquito beasts. Even the two white mosquito beasts didn't notice. They coldly stared at Wang Lin's mosquito beast. Wang Lin's mosquito beast used 3 breaths of time to close this short distance. At this moment, it was less than 100 feet from the Purple Mosquito King. There was a flash of doubt in the Purple Mosquito King's eyes, and it let out another roar. Wang Lin's mosquito beast also responded, but as it let out a roar, it suddenly sped up and crossed the 100 feet distance in an instant. At this moment, all of the surrounding mosquito beasts began to roar violently. The 2 white mosquito beasts' eyes were filled with ferocity, and they were about to charge out. Even the Purple Mosquito King's aura became cold. However, just at this instant, the Star of Law on Wang Lin's mosquito beast rotated rapidly and flew out. It shined brightly and shrouded the world. Wang Lin's origin soul directly appeared. His appearance immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding mosquito beasts. They let out sharp cries and charged at him like crazy. However, none of this distracted Wang Lin at all. Although this trip was dangerous, according to his analysis, he had an 80% chance of success. Everything could be summed up in one word: fast. Fast. The moment Wang Lin's origin soul formed, he immediately stepped forward and waved his right hand. Origin energy suddenly gathered and turned into a gust of wind. The 2 white mosquito beasts beside the Purple Mosquito King were hit by the wind and were blown away. The moment the 2 white mosquito beasts were blown away, Wang Lin didn't stop and closed in on the Purple Mosquito King. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he raised his left hand. Origin energy suddenly gathered like crazy. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed to the back of his left hand. When his finger descended, the heavens and the earth rumbled, and it was like a whirlwind had swept through the clouds. Boundless origin energy that was even mixed with celestial energy surged madly into the finger, and at the instant it descended, it surged into his left hand. A Star of Law immediately appeared on the back of Wang Lin's left hand. It moved to his left index finger and began to flash. The Purple Mosquito King immediately felt a sense of life and death crisis that it had never felt before. This sense of crisis was so strong that it let out a violent roar and retreated like crazy. Wang Lin didn't stop. As he moved forward, his right hand drew an arc and pointed down a second time. The second time his finger pointed down, it was as if countless bolts of thunder had appeared in the sky. Even the earth seemed to be trembling along with it. A second Star of Law imprint appeared on the back of his left hand. It moved to his middle finger and flickered rapidly. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's right hand swept once more, and his finger landed for the third time. This time, the entire earth seemed to crack. Cracking sounds echoed, and the origin energy formed a giant vortex in the sky. It was as if Wang Lin's right hand had filled the back of his left hand with a wave of his right hand. The third star of law appeared and stopped on the ring finger of his left hand. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin took 3 steps in the air, and the purple mosquito beast retreated hundreds of feet. Its body glowed purple, and its beard was bent until it was about to stand up. The surrounding mosquito beasts were rushing over like crazy, trying to stop this from happening. They were ferocious and wanted to tear Wang Lin apart. Even further away, as the mosquito beasts roared, the world seemed to distort. It was as if a large amount of mosquito beasts were rushing over. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he took the 4th step. His right hand reached at the sky, and a thunderous rumble echoed. The vortex that had appeared seemed to be caught by Wang Lin and rapidly shrank. As Wang Lin reached, the vortex turned into the power of the 4th finger. When Wang Lin's finger touched the back of his left hand for the 4th time, it entered his left hand. The mark of the 4th star of law appeared. At this moment, 4 of Wang Lin's 5 fingers on his left hand contained the mark of law. His hand seemed to have become the hand of law. When the 4th finger landed, a thunderous rumble echoed, and it landed on the purple mosquito king. All of this happened slowly, but in reality, it only took 3 breaths of time. The handprint landed on the purple mosquito king, and at this moment, even the wind in the wind celestial realm seemed to pause for a moment. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and popping sounds came from the purple mosquito king's body. Cracks appeared on its mouth, and a clear handprint appeared between its eyebrows. It was collapsing like crazy, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the handprint. The purple mosquito king let out a miserable roar and retreated. Large amounts of purple fog spread out from its body, but it quickly shrank back into its body. This cycle repeated 3 times in a short period of time. Every time the purple mist spread and shrank, the handprint between its eyebrows would become a bit blurry. It was as if the purple mosquito king was using this method to quickly heal. At the same time, as it retreated, all its hairs stood up and the law of the world surrounded its body. It was as if a nirvana shatterer cultivator was about to use a spell. At this moment, the 2 white mosquito beasts that Wang Lin had thrown out let out mournful cries and rushed over. There were also the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts that gave off nirvana cleanser auras that desperately closed in. Outside, the thousands of red mosquito beasts circled like crazy. Their hairs stood up as they stared at Wang Lin. Their roars were heaven-shaking. Even further away, the ripples in the world became even more distorted. There seemed to be an endless sea of red rapidly closing in. Just at this instant, the blue light around Wang Lin's mosquito beast shrouded the area. However, at the next instant, the blue light collapsed and a golden light came out. It became the only dazzling golden light within tens of thousands of kilometers. The mosquito beast in the golden light was like a true king. It raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. This was the roar of a king, the roar of a mosquito king. The moment the golden light appeared, the scarlet-red mosquito beasts trembled and stopped charging forward. Their eyes were filled with respect, and there was even fear in their eyes when they looked at the golden light. There were also the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts. They all paused for a moment when the golden light appeared. There was struggle in their eyes, but they didn't dare to move forward. Even the bodies of the 2 white mosquito beasts trembled, and they stopped moving. They circled the area, and even their roars became much weaker. The purple mosquito king that was healing was clearly startled, but its eyes soon revealed a fierce gaze. As Wang Lin's mosquito beast roared, it also began to roar violently. All of this changed dramatically due to the aura of Wang Lin's mosquito king. This was no longer a battle between Wang Lin as a cultivator and the purple mosquito king, but a battle between 2 mosquito kings. No mosquito beasts were allowed to participate in the battle between the mosquito kings. They didn't dare to participate. They couldn't participate. In Wang Lin's plan, this matter was a crucial part. After Wang Lin's Mosquito King released a golden light and let out a roar, it charged forward like a bolt of golden lightning toward the seriously injured Purple Mosquito King. At the same time, Wang Lin's origin soul rapidly dissipated and turned back into the Star of Law that landed on the Mosquito King. However, the moment it landed, Wang Lin used the last move. Stop spell. His origin soul raised its right hand and pointed at the Purple Mosquito King. With this, the world rumbled. No origin energy arrived, but endless celestial spiritual energy suddenly gathered from the wind celestial realm. He used the celestial spiritual energy to form the peak of the stop finger. The moment his finger descended, the Purple Mosquito King's body suddenly stopped moving, and all of its movements were sealed. The moment its body stopped, Wang Lin's mosquito beast closed in. Its giant, golden mouth pierced into the Purple Mosquito King's body and began to suck like crazy. The Purple Mosquito King's body trembled and quickly withered until it completely dissipated. Even its body turned into essence that was absorbed by Wang Lin's mosquito beast. A roar filled with joy came from Wang Lin's mosquito beast. While it was heaven shaking, a pressure spread out and shrouded the area. The birth of a new Mosquito King. Song Luohai, who had been hiding behind a rock, was shocked. Everything that had happened before had opened his eyes. When Wang Lin's origin soul appeared, Song Luohai immediately recognized that it wasn't the Mosquito King spell, but a real origin soul. The Mosquito King actually has a cultivator's origin soul. Song Luohai's eyes lit up as he stared at the Mosquito King. His heart skipped a beat. Today, the ointment had taken effect, and his arm could slowly move. He was writing the third chapter to make up for yesterday's promise. Chapter 1239. A faint, golden light came from the Mosquito King and shrouded the area. The surrounding thousands of mosquito beasts witnessed the birth of a new king. The red mosquito beasts were the first to submit. They were filled with awe and let out hiss of approval. As for the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts, they revealed signs of struggle. However, as the pressure from the Mosquito King spread out, they quickly became obedient and circled the area. The most difficult ones were the two white mosquito beasts. They stared at Wang Lin's Mosquito King, and no matter how much pressure the Mosquito King gave them, their expressions remained cold. Wang Lin's mosquito beast revealed a ferocious gaze and let out a hiss. As it let out a hiss, all the surrounding mosquito beasts looked at the two white mosquito beasts with ferocious gazes. The two white mosquito beasts let out mournful cries. One of the white mosquito beasts that was fighting Wang Lin's mosquito beast trembled, and its eyes revealed a demonic red glow. In an instant, a destructive aura spread out from its body, and its body unexpectedly collapsed. Blood mist filled the air and scattered everywhere. Just as it collapsed, the other white mosquito also chose to die. With a bang, it turned into a pile of flesh and blood that scattered everywhere. They would rather die than submit. These two white mosquito beasts were equivalent to Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. Their self-destruction created a powerful shockwave that spread out. The moment they collapsed, Song Luohai's pupils shrank. Now is the time. His greed had already drowned his reason, especially when he saw that the newly born Mosquito King had the origin soul of a cultivator. In his view, this wasn't someone's origin soul leaving their body. It was a cultivator that had lost their body in the wind celestial realm and used some unknown method to fuse with the Mosquito King. As a result, a very special existence was born. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. In his view, the Mosquito King was a cultivator. Controlling the Mosquito King was too difficult, but controlling the origin soul of a cultivator that had fused with the Mosquito King wasn't too difficult. As such, he absolutely couldn't give up this opportunity. However, the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts, thousands of red mosquito beasts, and especially the two white mosquito beasts made it so that no matter how greedy he was, he didn't dare to show himself. However, when he saw the two white mosquito beasts collapse and form a powerful shockwave that forced the blue and red mosquito beasts to retreat, his heart came alive. This origin soul isn't strong, at most at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer. After controlling the origin soul inside the Mosquito King, I can control the Mosquito King. Song Luohai clenched his teeth, and popping sounds came from his body. In an instant, he broke through the rocks and turned into a bolt of lightning. He charged at Wang Lin's Mosquito King, while the two white mosquito beasts were collapsing. The timing he chose could be said to be extremely opportune. It was clear that he had gone through detailed calculations and analysis before his greed overwhelmed his rationality. The moment he flew out, his hands formed a seal, and his Nirvana Shatterer aura erupted like crazy. The shadows of the sun and moon appeared in his hands, and he immediately used his most powerful spell. In particular, he was a member of the Silent Soul sect. The biggest characteristic of his sect's spells was that they were related to the soul and origin soul. They didn't hurt the body, but the mind and soul. At the instant his divine ability spread out, Song Luohai suddenly let out a low roar. That roar was rumbling, and it contained a divine ability that targeted the nascent divinity. Under that roar, the nascent divinity would be shaken, and it would become temporarily dizzy. All of his actions and calculations were perfect, but he had encountered Wang Lin. Wang Lin had long noticed Song Luohai's existence, but he didn't pay any attention to him. When the white mosquito beast collapsed and Song Luohai appeared, the star of law that Wang Lin's origin soul was flashed. The moment Song Luohai charged out, Wang Lin's mosquito beasts immediately retreated. As the ripples echoed, Song Luohai chased after Wang Lin and was about to catch up. However, just at this moment, as the star of law rotated and Song Luohai's spell closed in, Wang Lin's origin soul appeared. His eyes were filled with mockery as he waved his right hand. In an instant, a gust of wind turned into a storm and charged at Song Luohai. It collided with Song Luohai's spell and created a heaven-shattering sound. Song Luohai's face immediately turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body involuntarily retreated several dozen feet, and his eyes were filled with terror. Although Wang Lin's attack wasn't powerful, it contained a Dao domain and law. It instantly disturbed his mind and almost caused his domain to collapse. However, the next scene scared him out of his wits. Wang Lin's origin soul raised its hand and pointed forward. At the same time, the mosquito beasts immediately let out a roar. Suddenly, all the mosquito beasts in the surroundings charged at Song Luohai in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, they had completely sealed off Song Luohai's front, back, left, and right, trapping him within the mosquito herd. Thousands of red mosquito beasts and hundreds of blue mosquito beasts. This was the first time even Wang Lin had seen this. Thunderous rumbles continued to come from the mosquito herd, along with Song Luohai's terrified roars. I know I was wrong. Fellow cultivator, please have mercy. Please have mercy. I'm an elder of the Silent Soul sect. If fellow cultivator lets me go, I'll definitely repay you in the future. His voice was filled with anxiety and pleading. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he sent out a message. The Mosquito King below him roared once more, and the mosquito herd attacked even more crazily. At this moment, in the Rank 8 region, where the Everlasting Sect was located, there were 3 large cultivation planets. The competition was being held on the second cultivation planet. It had already begun and had been going on for many days. The Everlasting Sect competition that was held once every 1,000 years was extremely lively. There were many people, and they occupied the entire cultivation planet. They had even invited some powerful cultivators and people from other sects to watch the competition. This caused the Everlasting Sect to be very lively. There were even rogue cultivators that had gathered at the Everlasting Sect to watch the competition. A giant platform that occupied a small portion of the cultivation planet was where the competition was going to be held. There were countless steps around the platform. These steps were the seats, and they were filled with cultivators. The origin sect was located in a small area on the northern edge. Compared to the other sects that had hundreds of people, the origin sect had less than 10 people, making them look very bleak. Lu Yinfei silently sat there. There were still a few days until the competition between the rank 4 sects was over. Then it would be the turn of the rank 5 sections. The other people of the origin sect also sat there with bleak expressions. Their eyes were filled with sadness and confusion. It was as if the fate of their origin sect could not be changed. I'm not feeling well, so I'll go back first. Lu Yinfei stood up and was about to return to the place the main sect had given her, even though it was more remote and bleak. Isn't this the famous beauty Lu who is secretly known as the #1 furnace in the rank 5 region? Not bad indeed. No wonder I spent a lot of origin crystals to let you become a member of my celestial music sect after the origin sect disbands. A frivolous voice came from not far away. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt slowly walked out from the crowd with a warm smile on his face. As he appeared, the surrounding people recognized him, and their expressions immediately changed. They hurriedly made way for him, causing the area where the Guai Yuan sect was located to become empty. It became even more eye-catching. The people of the origin sect who were being stared at by everyone were all pale and silently pondering. Suyin bit her lower lip so hard that blood almost flowed out. This middle-aged man wasn't alone. There were 2 white-haired old men behind him. Their gazes were cold, and their gazes were like lightning. Anyone who met their gaze would feel their heart tremble. Rank 6 region, celestial music sect. From the looks of this person, he must be the head disciple of the sect master, Lu Yingjie. The celestial music sect has been ranked #1 in the rank 6 region many times and is highly regarded by the main sect. Rumor has it that one of the 3 spots for the final competition of the rank 8 region will come from the celestial music sect. In particular, this Lu Yingjie's cultivation method is extremely vicious and requires a large amount of cultivation furnaces. No matter how powerful the people he chooses, no matter how powerful they can't escape. There are too many rumors about this Lu Yingjie. I also heard that he has some bloodline connection with Elder Lu of the Everlasting Sect. Elder Lu is at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. With him behind him, no wonder this Lu Yingjie is so domineering. Lu Yinfei's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes became cold. She turned around to look at the man in blue. This man was very handsome and gave off a majestic aura. The origin sect hasn't disbanded and won't disband. Lu Yinfei's voice was calm. After she finished speaking, she turned around to leave. Lu Yingjie faintly smiled and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, please don't blame me. I only heard about cultivation furnaces from others, so I hope you don't mind my frivolous words. However, I have good intentions. If the origin sect disbands, Lady Lu will have a good place to go. Don't say that the origin sect won't disband. Even if it disbands, my Purple Dao sect will still accept all the members of the origin sect." A cold voice came from another direction, and a man in purple walked over. He coldly looked at Lu Yingjie before looking at Lu Yinfei. He clasped his hands and very politely said, "I Lu greets fellow cultivator Lu." Lu Yinfei was startled. Fellow cultivator Lu doesn't need to think too much. Although I only met Brother Lu once, that night of Dao discussion was an unforgettable memory. If he comes back, forget disbanding the origin sect. It is not impossible for the branch sect to become #1. Lu Yinsong's eyes were filled with melancholy and reminiscence. So fellow cultivator Lu also has his eyes on the origin sect and wants to compete with me again. I just don't know who that Brother Lu you speak of is. Could it be that you're talking about me? Lu Yingjie faintly smiled, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Even his words were calm. "Shut up. Who do you think you are to be worthy of mentioning Brother Lu? If he comes, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant." Lu Yinsong frowned and shouted without any trace of politeness. #9 owed another chapter. Yesterday, he added 4,000 words, and today, he added another 3,000 words. A total of 7,000 words. Even if it was just the interest, it was enough. Now he had a clear conscience. His good friend Feng Ling was quickly pulling in the number of votes to warm him up. Chapter 1240. Lu Yingjia's expression was slightly gloomy as he stared at Lu Yunsong. He still remembered that 1,000 years ago, it was this person who led the Rank 5 region's Purple Dao sect to become number 1 in the Rank 5 region. Then he challenged the number 1 sect in the Rank 6 region, the Celestial Music sect. Although he lost the challenge in the end, it was a humiliation for the Celestial Music sect. This person had trampled on the Celestial Music sect and made the Purple Dao sect famous. He had also made the name Lu Yunsong famous across the entire Cloud Sea. During the Everlasting Sect's grand competition, Lu Yunsong was much stronger than he was 1,000 years ago. In the end, he might still choose to challenge the Celestial Music sect. If they were challenged by a Rank 5 sect twice in a row, the Celestial Music sect would lose all face. Winning would be a given, and if they were slightly weaker, even if they won, they would be mocked by others. Lu Yunsong, everyone knows how to use a sharp tongue. I just don't know how this brother Lu that you speak of can kill me like an ant. Lu Yingjia's expression gradually calmed down. He was a gloomy person and didn't show his emotions. However, in just a few breaths of time, he calmly suppressed the anger from before. There was a flash of coldness in Lu Yunsong's eyes as he looked at Lu Yingjia. He naturally knew this person's personality, but the more he looked at Lu Yingjia, the more disgusted he became. If he can come, you will naturally have a chance to find out. Lu Yunsong's voice was cold. Aside from the competition, the most important reason he came to the Everlasting Sect was to see Wang Lin again. This was why he paid a lot of attention to the Origin Sect. However, just as Lu Yunsong finished speaking, a strange yin and yang voice came from the surroundings. It was as if it was being spat out from between the teeth. I'm also looking forward to seeing this person named Lu from your mouth, Lu Yunsong. The moment this voice echoed, Lu Yunsong's expression immediately changed. Not only him, but the expressions of everyone in the Origin Sect, including Lu Yinfei, changed. The voice seemed weak, but the moment it appeared, it caused everyone's origin souls to tremble violently with the rise and fall of the voice. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, their faces would turn pale and their origin souls would be thrown into chaos. They would be immediately injured. Only Lu Yingjia's expression remained the same, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He turned around and clasped his hands respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Zhao." The air behind LV Yingjia rippled, and ripples spread out as a middle-aged man walked out. He had a hooked nose, thin lips, and a sinister gaze that made him seem extremely unkind. Lu Yunsong's expression changed. After a long time, he cupped his fists and said, "This Lu greets Senior Zhao of the Rank 7 Mountain-Seeking Sect." He had pointed out the middle-aged man's identity to remind Lu Yinfei and company that there was something wrong with the middle-aged man. Lu Yinfei's face was filled with bitterness as she respectfully greeted the Origin Sect cultivators. The appearance of this person seemed to cause the surroundings to become cold. The surrounding people quickly retreated, and some of them immediately left. The matter surrounding the Origin Sect seemed to be slowly changing to a matter between the Purple Dao Sect, the Celestial Music Sect, and the Mountain-Seeking Sect. The main point of their confrontation was the mysterious Lu, surnamed Lu, that Lu Yunsong mentioned. The middle-aged man named Zhao walked next to Lu Yingjia and nodded at him. Lu Yingjia's expression became even more respectful. "Since others have said it, I can kill you as easily as crushing an ant. You just have to accept it. I also want to know if this mysterious person surnamed Lu is real or fake." The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhao, slowly opened his mouth. His voice was as gentle as ever. Lu Yingjia revealed a smile and nodded. "Since that is the case, then I'll see what kind of spell this mysterious Lu has. However, if this person is really fake or if he doesn't match up to what fellow cultivator Lu said, then what should I do? I asked Senior Zhao to guide me." The middle-aged man named Zhao's expression was calm as he stared at Lu Yunsong and gloomily said, "If that is the case, I will naturally bear witness. This matter can be big or small, so how can it be treated as a joke?" Lu Yunsong's expression was gloomy, and he didn't speak for a long time. Although the Rank 7 Mountain-Seeking Sect wasn't the strongest among the rank 7 sects. Zhao Long was the external affairs elder of the mountain-seeking sect and had a close relationship with the celestial music sect. If he appeared, just these words alone would be enough to cause a lot of trouble. Lu Yinfei bit her lower lip. She saw Lu Yunsong's dilemma and softly said, "This matter has nothing to do with fellow cultivator Lu. This is my origin sect's own matter." Before Lu Yinfei finished speaking, there was a flash of coldness in the middle-aged man named Zhao's eyes, and he coldly looked at Lu Yinfei. His gaze was like two rays of sword energy that landed directly on Lu Yinfei's eyes. Lu Yinfei only felt her body tremble and her origin's soul rumble. She retreated several dozen feet uncontrollably, and her face turned pale. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and became very weak. "A little child like you doesn't have the qualifications to speak here." The surroundings instantly became quiet. The people of the Origin sect were all filled with anger, but none of them dared to speak. They could only swallow this humiliation and turn it into bitterness that filled their bodies. Lu Yinsong silently pondered for a moment before he stared at Zhao Long and said, "If Brother Lu didn't come, or if killing Lu Yingjie wasn't as easy as I said, then I'll personally give Senior Zhao an explanation." Zhao Long revealed a gloomy smile. His laughter was extremely harsh. He no longer spoke and was about to leave. Beside him, Lu Yingjie smiled apologetically at Lu Yinfei. He didn't even look at Lu Yunsong and was about to leave with Zhao Long. Their location was only a drop in the ocean compared to the large number of platforms and people around them. Just at this moment, a ray of white light closed in from the cultivation planet. This ray of white light let out a thunderous rumble. Before it even closed in, it attracted the attention of all the cultivators on the cultivation planet. The aura of a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator came from the white light and shrouded the area. Several figures of the Everlasting Sect flew out to greet the white light. When the white light closed in, it was not fast. All the cultivators who focused their gazes on it immediately saw the figure of a woman. They also clearly saw the extremely unique hair that only one person in the entire Cloud Sea had. It was blue hair. Li Qianmei, rank 9 heaven-breaking sect. An uproar echoed across the world. At this moment, more than 100,000 cultivators all recognized the identity of this blue-haired woman. It's unexpectedly the heaven-breaking sect's Li Qianmei. I didn't think she would be allowed to attend the competition. Rumor has it that this woman is fighting against the Beast Tide at the Demon Sect. She unexpectedly left the battlefield to come here. Rumor has it that during the Beast Tide, it is forbidden for any participating cultivator to leave. How did Li Qianmei obtain the Demon Sect's permission to come to the Everlasting Sect? Discussion set off a huge uproar when Li Qianmei appeared. Not even the battle between the two rank 4 sects attracted anyone's attention. Lu Yingjie naturally saw Li Qianmei high up in the sky, and there was a hint of excitement and joy in his eyes. He knew Li Qianmei, and back then, she had asked him 3 questions. Zhao Long, who was beside Lu Yingjie, also became serious. He was very respectful toward Li Qianmei from the rank 9 heaven-breaking sect. Whether it was her cultivation level or her sect, he couldn't compare to her. The person in charge of the Everlasting Sect competition today was an old man called Feng Hai. There were 6 other Everlasting Sect elders with him. The moment they sensed Li Qianmei's arrival, the 4 of them immediately flew out, followed by a dozen or so Everlasting Sect disciples. Behind them were hundreds of people from the Everlasting Sect who were responsible for the competition, and they flew out as well. The group of people flew out to welcome Li Qianmei. It is an honor for the Everlasting Sect to have fellow cultivator Li come. Old man Feng Hai greets fellow cultivator Li. Feng Hai laughed and was very enthusiastic as he clasped his hands. The 6 elders behind him also smiled and cupped their fists in greeting. The rest of the disciples were even more respectful. Many of them were looking at Li Qianmei with admiration and amazement. Aside from these people, there were more than a dozen rays of light flying over from the distance. They were the core members of the Everlasting Sect. This showed how much importance they placed on Li Qianmei. Fellow cultivator, Li must have just returned from the beast-tide battlefield. Please follow the old man to my everlasting sect to rest. I believe the sect master already knows of your arrival. This is a great honor for my everlasting sect. Feng Hai clasped his hands, and his laughter echoed. Although she had become the focus of everyone's attention, Li Qianmei's expression was still calm. She didn't recklessly spread out her divine sense to search by herself. Instead, her gaze swept past the dense crowd before landing on Feng Hai. She softly said, "There's no rush to rest. Fellow cultivator Feng, I wonder if the origin sect of the rank 5 region has come to the competition?" Origin sect? Feng Hai was startled. A disciple immediately flew over and whispered a few words in his ear. The origin sect has indeed come. After Feng Hai heard this, he immediately smiled, but doubt appeared in his heart. He didn't know if the little origin sect had anything to do with Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei suppressed her thoughts and anxiously asked, "Where are they?" The doubt in Feng Hai's heart became even stronger, but he didn't reveal it at all. He looked at the disciple who had spoken to him. This person was a young man, and he quickly said, "In the northern part of the platform, on the edge." Just as he said this, Li Qianmei had already spread out her divine sense. In an instant, it enveloped the entire north. In an instant, she found where the people from the Gui Yuan sect were. Compared to the surroundings of the platform, that place was really insignificant. However, after Li Qianmei found the Gui Yuan sect, she dashed towards it like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1241. Feng Hai's eyes lit up an undetectable amount, and he immediately followed. Behind him, the other 6 elders of the everlasting sect all had doubts in their hearts and followed. As they moved, the people of the everlasting sect also followed. Hundreds of people flew out like rays of light and immediately caught the attention of all the cultivators on the platforms. All kinds of speculation spread, and some people with impatient surnames flew out toward the north. As a result, with someone taking the lead, even more cultivators followed. The competition suddenly became chaotic. The 2 rank 4 cultivators on the platforms were originally fighting to the death, but now they looked at each other with bitter smiles and looked toward the north. Even further away, the more than 10 rays of light closed in. A red-haired old man was at the front, and he gave off a nirvana shatterer cultivation. Behind him were more than 10 elders, and none of them were weak. After closing in, the red-haired old man immediately saw the chaos among the tens of thousands of cultivators on the platforms. He frowned and shouted, "Sky restriction." The moment these 2 words came out, a monstrous rumble echoed. Some of the cultivators that had just flown into the air trembled and immediately fell to the ground. The sound spread out, shaking the heavens and the earth. It even formed waves of sound that pushed out in all directions. It immediately suppressed the chaos in the area, causing the surroundings to immediately fall silent. Frowning, the red-haired old man immediately saw Li Qianmei's figure. In a flash, he rushed over with more than 10 elders. Li Qianmei rushed forward, disregarding the everlasting sect and the surrounding cultivators. She charged toward the origin sect in the north. Almost in an instant, she closed in. Her entire body descended, landing on the ground as her eyes swept over the area. The joy in Lu Yingjie's eyes became even stronger. Earlier, he only saw Li Qianmei appear. He was too far away and didn't dare to spread out his divine sense, so he didn't hear Li Qianmei mention the Gui Yuan sect. At this moment, he took a deep breath and cupped his hands with a gentle smile on his face. The moment Li Qianmei approached, he loudly said, "Miss Li, after 100 years, do you still remember me?" The rank 7 mountain-seeking sects, Zhao Long, also revealed a respectful expression. He clasped his hands and smiled. "So fellow Taoist Li knows Yingjie. I am Zhao Long from the rank 7 mountain-seeking sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist Li." The moment their words left their mouths, everyone in the surroundings was shocked. It was obvious that no one had expected the genius Li Qianmei would rush over so quickly because of LV Yingjie. This Lu Yingjie is rumored to be a playboy. Who would have thought that even the heaven-breaking sects Li Qianmei would be acquainted with him, and even come to the everlasting sect for him. If this is true, then the celestial music sect's reputation will soar even before the main sect competition. I didn't expect this. However, I don't know how this Lu Yingji managed to win Li Qianmei's favor. Even the people from the Boundless sect who had come with Li Qianmei also looked towards LV Yingjie. Only Feng Hai and the others frowned. They had personally heard Li Qianmei ask about the Gui Yuan sect, but LV Yingjie's appearance made them even more puzzled. Being stared at by everyone, LV Yingjie's smile became even wider. He took a few steps forward and was about to catch up with Li Qianmei. When Li Qianmei heard LV Yingjie say the two words, I, LV, her gaze paused on him and her eyebrows furrowed. The instant LV Yingjie walked over, her cold gaze swept past him. She had fought against the beast tide at the edge of the crack for 100 years. Now that she had left the battlefield, she didn't stop to rest. She naturally exuded a killing intent that caused Lu Yingjie's heart to turn cold, and he couldn't help but stop. The smile on his face immediately stiffened, but it soon returned to normal. He clasped his hands and smiled. After 100 years, Lady Li is still as valiant as ever. However, before LV Yingjie could finish speaking, Li Qianmei walked past him without any hesitation. This caused LV Yingjie's body to stiffen, and he swallowed his words. Not only him, but even Zhao Long, who originally had a smile on his face, couldn't help but freeze. This sudden turn of events caused the surrounding cultivators to look over. Compared to the shock they felt earlier, there was now a complete reversal of the situation. There was even a hint of mockery in the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. Li Qianmei didn't even look at LV Yingjie. After she walked past, she charged toward the Origin sect. Her gaze swept by and landed on Lu Yanfei. Lu Yanfei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, as if she had wiped away the bitterness on her body, and looked at Li Qianmei. Li Qianmei silently pondered and bit her lower lip. After a long time, she softly said, "Did he come?" After she spoke, her words clearly entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators and caused an uproar. It was obvious that everyone was guessing who this him was. Even the people of the everlasting sect were the same. Feng Hai's eyes lit up and the doubt in his heart was gradually answered. At this moment, the red-haired old man arrived with more than a dozen everlasting sect cultivators. When he saw this, there was a flash of shock in his eyes. He looked at Feng Hai, and each had their own thoughts. When Lu Yingjie heard this, even with his level of willpower, his expression flickered. Anyone who had experienced what had just happened to him would find it difficult to remain calm. His expression was extremely unsightly, and yet he had a bad premonition about what was about to happen. Xiaolong's expression suddenly changed. Unlike LV Yingjie, his gaze was like lightning as he looked directly at Lu Yunsong. When Lu Yunsong noticed this, he revealed a sneer with a hint of undisguised mockery. Xiaolong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that the mysterious person named Lu Yunsong was not as simple as he thought. Lu Yanfei silently pondered and shook her head a moment later. Although she had never met Li Qianmei, she knew who she was talking about. He didn't come. Li Qianmei let out a sigh and looked up at the sky. There was a hint of melancholy in her eyes, and her blue hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, it seemed to contain a sense of melancholy. Lu Yanfei softly said, "There has been no news of him within 100 years. After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Qianmei. She hesitated for a moment, but didn't continue to speak. Li Qianmei bit her lower lip and shook her head. She softly said, "Then forget it." With that, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. She looked at Lu Yanfei and softly said, "You're injured? Your injury was obviously just recently injured. Who was it?" Lu Yanfei's expression was calm as she indifferently said, "Earlier, this fellow cultivator Lu Yingjie said that after the Origin sect disbands, he would make me his cultivation furnace and threaten to battle the Grand Uncle Master." The rank 7 mountain-seeking sect senior Zhao felt that my voice was harsh and I wasn't qualified to talk to him, so he punished me a bit. After Lu Yingjie heard this, his expression changed greatly. He stared at Lu Yinfei and shouted, "Full of nonsense." In truth, what he said was indeed correct. After all, he didn't say he wanted to make Lu Yinfei his cultivation furnace, but he did have this intention in his heart. Xiaolong's expression also changed, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Li Qianmei's expression calmed down, and she turned to look at Zhao Long and Lu Yingjie. Lu Yingjie was about to explain when Zhao Long quickly retreated. His hands formed a seal, and a spell surrounded him. However, just as Zhao Long retreated, Li Qianmei suddenly moved. She was so fast that she left behind afterimages. In an instant, she passed everyone and appeared behind Zhao Long with her late-stage nirvana shatterer cultivation. She raised her jade-like hand and gently waved. A monstrous murderous aura suddenly appeared. This murderous aura was shocking and contained thunderous beast roars. It also faintly revealed an extremely demonic feeling. It turned into a mist and directly enveloped Zhao Long's body. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Zhao Long coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was immediately thrown back. His left arm exploded and turned into a pile of flesh and blood. His right hand and both legs exploded at the same time, and then his entire body was destroyed. The smell of blood spread out, and Zhao Long's primordial spirit escaped in panic and fear, fleeing into the distance. Li Qianmei calmly looked at the everlasting sects Feng Hai and the red-haired old man, and softly said, "If the two of you mind, I'll give the everlasting sect an explanation." After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yingjie and calmly said, "Since you want to fight him, then I'll spare your life. If he doesn't come, then I'll take your and that person named Zhao's soul." It was a fierce attack and a simple sentence, but it created a powerful impact that caused all the surrounding cultivators to gasp and their eyes to be filled with shock. The people of the everlasting sect were the same. Feng Hai silently pondered as he looked at the red-haired old man. He coughed a few times and said, "Fellow cultivator Li, I wonder who this you speak of is? The origin sect's Lu Yinfei's uncle master?" Li Qianmei nodded and let out a sigh as she looked at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yinfei no longer hesitated and softly said, "Uncle Master said 100 years ago that he would come." At this moment, he was the center of the attention of the everlasting sect and many cultivators. He was in the wind celestial realm with nearly 5,000 red mosquito beasts and hundreds of blue mosquito beasts. He was like a red cloud covering the sky as he flew past the edge of the wind celestial realm. The wind howled in the empty wind celestial realm. However, the sound of the wind was weak compared to the roars of the mosquito beasts. In particular, there was a faint golden mosquito king that let out a heaven-shaking roar. Every time it let out a roar, it would cause all the surrounding mosquito beasts to reveal awe. They would quickly move forward. On the back of the mosquito king was Wang Lin, who was wearing white and his hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at the wind celestial realm, and his eyes gradually became brighter. Over the past few days, his injuries had recovered a bit. However, compared to his injuries, the large amount of mosquito beasts he had obtained had increased his strength greatly. "I want to enter the inner part of the wind celestial realm. I want to obtain enough mosquito beasts to fulfill my promise to the origin sect." The faint golden mosquito king under Wang Lin let out a sharp roar. The red cloud, formed by thousands of mosquito beasts, immediately changed direction and charged toward the wind celestial realm where the large amount of mosquito beasts was gathered. Chapter 1242. Hiding inside the aura of the mosquito beasts, Wang Lin's figure was almost undetectable, but he became more and more cautious. The speed of the mosquito beasts slowed down greatly as they slowly moved toward the depths of the wind celestial realm. As he moved forward, Wang Lin clearly felt the wind become even more intense. The howling of the wind was like the howling of countless mournful souls. At the same time, vortexes appeared in the wind and moved across the world. The mosquito beasts seemed to like the wind very much, especially the whirlwinds. Along the way, Wang Lin saw hundreds of mosquito beasts circling the whirlwinds and moving with the wind. The rumbling sounds echoed across the world. At first glance, it was hard to tell if the wind was moving with the mosquitoes or if the mosquitoes were moving with the wind. As he moved forward, the damaged land of the wind, celestial realm, gradually appeared before Wang Lin. The collapsed land was like a broken mirror, separated by large cracks. Some of the cracks were very wide and filled the void. There were countless ruins and wreckage on the land. There were also many collapsed buildings. When the wind passed through them, it seemed to take away the ancient aura on them, causing most of the buildings to gradually disappear with the wind. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. He had cultivated for nearly 2,000 years. He had been to the rain celestial realm, the thunder celestial realm, and now he had come to the wind celestial realm. His experience could be said to be extremely wonderful, and it was rare to find someone who could compare to him. The feeling the rain celestial realm gave Wang Lin was that it was seriously damaged. It was difficult to find the image of the rain celestial realm in the past. The only thing that remained was the sadness of the rain celestial realm being plundered by later generations. The thunder celestial realm was different. Compared to the rain celestial realm, the thunder celestial realm wasn't as damaged. Although it had collapsed, one could still feel the power of the thunder celestial realm. However, whether it was the thunder celestial realm or the rain celestial realm, they couldn't compare to the wind celestial realm. Due to the mosquito beasts, very few cultivators had come to the wind celestial realm, so it was very well preserved. Only the wind still existed in this empty wind celestial realm. The feeling the entire wind celestial realm gave Wang Lin was a sense of desolation and loneliness. It was as if this place had been forgotten by everyone, and the only thing that accompanied it was the howling of the wind that never stopped. Before Wang Lin was the largest fragment of the wind celestial realm that he had ever seen. It was like a behemoth floating in the void. It gave off an ancient aura, as if it had experienced countless years of time. At the center of the fragment was a giant stone gate. This stone gate was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. Even from far away, it could be seen at a glance. The mosquito herd that Wang Lin was on had stopped moving forward. Wang Lin, who was sitting on the back of the Mosquito King, stared at the giant stone gate in the distance. His mind was shaken as if he had lost himself and his senses. Even the howling of the wind was cut off from his ears. He even forgot that he was on the back of the Mosquito King. In his eyes, there was only the indescribable stone gate. A feeling of time gradually spread through Wang Lin's body. At this moment, he was still immersed in the passage of time. He watched the world change, watched the times change, watched the mountains change, and gradually lost himself. It was not appropriate to call a stone door. It only had a frame that seemed to have two square pillars towering above it. There was a shorter pillar on top of it, forming the shape of a door. It simply stood on the continent, facing the wind, towering and unmoving. After looking at the stone gate for a long time, Wang Lin's mind returned to his body. He let out a deep breath and gradually returned to normal. However, his eyes were still staring at the giant stone gate in the distance. He was no stranger to this stone door. He had seen it many times in his life. This stone door was the door that appeared after the heaven-defying bead was opened. It looked exactly the same, and there was nothing different about it. If there was anything different, it would be that the door inside the heaven-defying bead was not just a frame. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin looked around. This place was already inside the wind celestial realm. If he continued forward, he would enter the center of the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin vaguely didn't want to leave. He looked at the giant gate, and his body flickered. He jumped off the Mosquito King's back and walked forward step by step. The Mosquito King followed behind him, and around were nearly 5,000 mosquito beasts that formed a red cloud that covered the sky. It was as if this giant gate had an inexplicable attraction to Wang Lin. He slowly stepped into the air and gradually closed in. The closer he got, the more the majestic aura of the gate became. This was especially true when standing in front of the door and looking up one would not be able to see the top of the door with a single glance. There was also a dense desolation that reverberated through the world, as if there was an invisible vortex that was slowly rotating around the huge door. Due to the existence of this invisible vortex, the door seemed to always be covered by a layer of fog. From afar, one would not be able to sense it, but from a close distance, the feeling of this fog was very clear. Wang Lin stood on the ground and raised his head to look at the giant gate. His mind trembled, and he subconsciously spread out his divine sense toward the gate. The moment his divine sense spread out, a thunderous rumble echoed in his mind. It was as if heavenly thunder had exploded in his ears, forming a powerful impact that pushed aside all the fog. The giant gate was clearly revealed to Wang Lin. What he saw was no longer a gate, but a creature. This creature had a soul, and it seemed to have experienced a lot of time and had gradually developed its own thoughts. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, it seemed to fuse with the creature. At this moment, Wang Lin forgot his own existence. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin stood there motionlessly. His current state was very strange. It was very similar to when he comprehended the first spell he created, Sundered Night, on the cultivation planet of the three Chun brothers. There was an ancient saying that cultivators should walk the heavens and earth and absorb the heavens and earth into their hearts. Only then can they accept the heavens and earth and understand what Tao is. This sentence was a bit complicated, but it made sense. It was like a painter. If he had never seen the peak of heaven's equal, the vast ocean, or the various forms of life, how could he paint a mountain with the name of a celestial, a sea with the spirit of a dragon, or a painting of the heavens and earth? Only after seeing it with one's own eyes and experiencing it personally could one understand the mountains and seas. This was why a painting with the spirit of a celestial would be able to produce a masterpiece that would be handed down from generation to generation. Cultivation was also like this. This was why the disciples of the big sects would all go out to comprehend the heavens and earth once they reached a certain cultivation level. However, painters were divided into people. Some people saw the heavens and earth, but they couldn't touch it or comprehend it. They only left behind footprints that gradually dissipated over time. There are also people who saw the sky and the earth, the mountains and the seas. Even if they saw a fisherman casting his net, they would still be moved. Although the footprints left behind would also be washed away by time. The mountains and the seas, the sky and the earth, all the scenes they saw would remain in their hearts. They would use their hearts to take them away. Cultivation was the same. Some cultivators couldn't take away their comprehension. No matter how much they saw with their eyes, it would be useless. Some cultivators fused the heavens and earth into their hearts and left it in their hearts, turning it into their own comprehension. At this moment, Wang Lin's state was to store the stone gate in his heart. This state was known as the primordial realm of the three great realms of Taoism. Beginning was the source of all creation. Back when Wang Lin sat on the cliff by the sea, he looked at the heavens, the earth, and the sea. In the end, he left all of this in his heart and took it away, creating the first spell in his life, Sundered Night. Today, in the wind celestial realm, in the center of the continent, under the giant stone gate, Wang Lin once again experienced enlightenment. He was immersed in this strange state, and before he knew it, he wanted to leave the stone gate in his heart and take it away. At this moment, he didn't think about creating a second mystical power after Sundered Night. Just like that year on the cliff above the great ocean, he also didn't think about taking Sundered Night with him after leaving and displaying the Sundered Night technique in the world. His body continued to stand there, and his aura slowly fused with the gate until it disappeared without a trace. At this moment, if a cultivator came here, even if they spread out their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to detect Wang Lin's existence at all. Even if they were standing next to Wang Lin, they wouldn't be able to detect the person before them if they didn't look and only felt it. Wang Lin's aura, as well as all of his vitality, disappeared without a trace. The Mosquito King was originally calmly floating in the air, But the moment Wang Lin's aura disappeared, its eyes were filled with confusion. It looked down at Wang Lin and became even more confused. It could clearly see its master, but its master's aura had completely disappeared. Even the trace of connection it had with it had been severed. The Mosquito King let out a roar and immediately rushed out. It circled around Wang Lin as if this was the only way it could feel at ease. As it roared, the surrounding thousands of mosquito beasts immediately flew over and surrounded the area. The moment Wang Lin's aura disappeared, in the depths of the wind celestial realm, on a small continent, the sky was dark and buzzing sounds echoed. There were countless mosquito beasts here. These mosquito beasts roared, and they were dense and endless. On the continent, there was a human-shaped statue that had turned into stone. The petrification in the statue's eyes suddenly reversed and began to melt. The statue slowly opened its eyes. From strong to weak, there are 9 laws inside the stone gate. Which one can he comprehend? Chapter 1243. The sky was blue, and there was a faint halo that shrouded the earth. There were beautiful celestial beasts surrounded by celestial spiritual energy as they swayed in the sky. The entire world was peaceful and filled with the sound of a cauldron of voices. Off in the distance, countless immortals approached, laughing and pointing down as if they were talking about something. The entire world was filled with mountains and rivers. Celestial spiritual energy filled the area, and from a distance, celestial fog formed, making this place extremely beautiful. There were countless celestials sitting on the ground, forming a giant formation. This formation was about 5,000 kilometers wide, and there were countless celestials sitting on it. A majestic voice echoed across the entire celestial realm. Send the decree of the ancient celestial realm. Build the celestial door and welcome the true celestials from the ancient times. The moment this voice echoed, the celestials in the formation immediately formed seals and sent celestial spiritual energy into the formation, causing the earth to rumble. Everything in the surroundings immediately began to distort, as if everything was in chaos. A vast ripple slowly spread out in all directions. As the ripple spread out, the mountains, rivers, everything in the celestial world began to emit dense celestial chi. The celestial chi was all absorbed into the ripple and spread out even further. Take the eastern mountain and make it the left side of the celestial door. The voice echoed once more, and all the celestials on the ground began to murmur. In the easternmost part of the celestial realm, a mountain that pierced through the clouds suddenly collapsed. As it trembled, large amounts of rubble gathered. The mountain separated from the earth and floated into the air, then it quickly flew toward this place. As he moved forward, the mountain continued to crumble. In the end, it turned into a square stone pillar that landed on the ground with a bang. The earth trembled and the voice echoed once more. Take the western mountain and make it the right side of the celestial door. In the extreme west, a similarly towering mountain peak moved with a loud rumble. It turned into a square stone pillar and landed on the ground. Take the southern mountain and make it the upper part of the celestial door. In the southern part of the celestial realm, there was a mountain range that looked like a dragon. The moment that voice rang out, the endless mountain range trembled violently. It was as if a dragon had raised its head and was about to leave. The mountain range flew up from the ground and charged toward this place. Gradually, the mountain range closed in, collapsing and shrinking. With a boom, it slammed into the 2 stone pillars. Take the land of the north as the gate to immortality. This voice suddenly echoed once more, and the northern part of the celestial realm trembled violently. Cracks appeared on the ground and continued to extend until a rectangular piece of land was separated. The rectangular piece of land rose into the air and gradually arrived here. As it shrank, it turned into a giant door that was embedded in the 3 pillars. Immortal sacrifice. The instant the door formed, almost all of the immortals let out heaven-shaking, earth-shattering cries. Then, the ripples that had filled the entire celestial world after absorbing large amounts of celestial chi, began to surge madly toward the door. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the ripples shrank. Dense celestial chi entered the giant door, making it seem like it had become the celestial door. The ancient celestial realm has decreed that when the door opens, the celestial realm will descend. The scene changed once more. It was as if a lot of time had passed. The celestial realm was still the celestial realm, but the dazzling light in the sky had disappeared. The entire celestial realm was filled with the smell of blood. Miserable screams echoed as the earth trembled and cracks appeared. The sky became cloudy, as if Shimizu had poured ink into it. The sky gradually darkened. Celestials turned into rays of light and charged toward this place. There were about a dozen of them, but as they charged forward, the three people in the back trembled and collapsed into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Miserable screams echoed endlessly. The dozens of celestials struggled to arrive before the door and prostrated themselves on the ground. The person in front let out a mournful and sorrowful roar. The celestial connecting gate has been built for 40,000 years. Why haven't the ancient celestials descended? The giant stone door was the same as when it was built. There was no change at all. The door made of continents was also the same as before. There was no gap, let alone opening it. As soon as the voice rang out, a few of the immortals crawling on the ground trembled, and their eyes filled with terror. However, a moment later, their bodies exploded and blood sprayed onto the remaining immortals. It was a shocking sight to behold. Back then, the ancient celestial realm left a decree that a great disaster was about to descend on the sealed realm, and that the celestial connecting gate needed to be built to resolve the disaster. Today, a disaster has arrived, so why aren't the ancient celestials saving us? Off in the distance, hundreds of more immortals arrived in beams of light, prostrating themselves on the ground as they died. More and more immortals arrived, all of them wailing in grief as they stared at the huge gate and let out cries of defiance. If the ancient celestials won't save us, then we will save ourselves. Even if we die, we will die in the celestial realm. One of the celestials prostrating on the ground suddenly stood up and charged into the sky with madness. However, what awaited him was a thunderous rumble. Blood and flesh scattered and landed on the ground. Some landed on the giant door, but compared to the door, the amount of blood was simply too little. Even more blood fell on the bodies of the celestials below. They all looked up with madness in their eyes as they charged into the sky. Even if we die, we will die in the celestial realm. As these celestials continued to fly into the sky, the thunderous rumble of the collapse swept by. These celestials collapsed one by one. They couldn't resist this mysterious force at all. Even more blood fell on the stone door. Specks of blood filled the air with a tragic aura. Just at this moment, the darkness in the sky suddenly surged, and the sky of the entire celestial realm began to condense. As the darkness continued to condense, a finger surrounded by black gas suddenly appeared in the sky and stabbed toward the stone door with a heaven-shaking howl. The finger was huge, and after it appeared, all the cultivators that collided with it collapsed and died. In the end, the finger seemed to absorb all the darkness in the sky and descended on the ground. The fingertip was surrounded by black gas and landed on the huge stone door, the door made of continents. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A violent sound instantly drowned out all other sounds in the world. As the tip of his finger landed, a large amount of cracks immediately appeared on the door, and it collapsed with a loud bang, shattered into pieces. At the same time, the earth rumbled. Like the door, cracks spread like wildfire. More than a dozen pieces of the celestial realm's land began to split open and tear outwards. As the world continued to collapse, the celestial realm shattered. The earth trembled and was split into countless pieces. The entire celestial realm turned into ruins, but the collapse didn't stop. Instead, it became even more intense. There was also an aura of destruction that spread out, crushing all living beings in existence. After a long time, the ground stopped trembling. The collapsing celestial world was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The darkness in the sky gradually faded until there was nothing left. Only the giant door had lost its door, leaving only its frame. It still stood there motionlessly. The scene changed again. After an unknown period of time, a rift suddenly appeared in the depths of the silent celestial world. The rift was about 30,000 meters long, and there was a dim light within it. It was a starry sky, and there was a purple planet in the starry sky. There were countless ferocious beasts on the planet, and all of them had the same appearance. The most conspicuous part was their huge mouths. They swarmed through the crack and appeared in the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin was startled awake as he looked at the giant stone door. Just now, he had fused with it and seen its memories. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he flew into the sky. The wind howled as he flew up into the sky. He arrived at the top of the giant stone door and sat down cross-legged. From this position, he could see the entire celestial realm. The wind here was even stronger. When the wind blew on his body, it felt like knives were cutting him. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes flapped noisily in the wind. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to immerse himself in that mysterious state. He felt the powerful aura of the door. This time, he fused with the door, and gradually, a vague door appeared in his mind. He had to store the stone door in his heart before he could take it away. However, the door that appeared in his mind wasn't clear. It was blurry and couldn't take shape. Wang Lin slowly felt 8 mysterious forces around it. It was because of these 8 forces that the door in his mind couldn't become clear. This stone door was different from when Wang Lin comprehended sundered night on the cliff by the sea. Back then, there was only one law in the world, and he didn't need to choose. He only needed to bring it into his heart. However, it was different now. Wang Lin saw that these 8 mysterious forces were the 8 laws of the world. If he wanted to keep them all, the stone door would never take shape. Unless he could sit here for countless years and reach the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, there would be a sliver of a chance. It was obvious that Wang Lin wouldn't choose this path. His mind had fused with the 8 laws. As he observed, his mind suddenly trembled and his body trembled. Aside from these 8 laws, there is another law. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, and he stared at the giant stone door below him. This stone door was filled with the desolation of time. This was something that would naturally exist after a certain amount of time. It wasn't anything special, and on some ancient cultivation planets, the aura of time would be even stronger. However, for some unknown reason, the traces of time on this stone door had undergone a change. This change was like a cultivator's domain changing from time to eternity. Time and eternity had always been the same, but they were on different levels. We will soon leave the wind celestial realm, so don't worry. The power of Wang Lin's second self-created spell will shake the clouds. See, he. Chapter 1244. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Wang Lin was sitting on the stone gate. It was as if he was comprehending Tao as he pursued the 9th law. The mosquito bees scattered, but they didn't scatter. They looked around vigilantly, especially the mosquito king. It was lying on a stone gate next to Wang Lin. Its indifferent eyes slowly swept the surroundings, and all the mosquito beasts that it looked at revealed an extremely respectful expression. Only when the mosquito king's gaze fell on Wang Lin would it be different. The indifference would dissipate and be replaced with a sense of attachment. It was like a child clinging to its parents. In truth, in the mosquito king's heart, Wang Lin had this kind of identity. Beside the mosquito king were 4 dark blue mosquito beasts that surrounded it like guards. They gave off the aura of peak nirvana cleanser cultivators. It could be said that with the mosquito king as the leader, a small group of 5,000 mosquito bees had reached a certain scale. Similarly, these mosquito bees gradually accepted Wang Lin's existence. However, without the mosquito king, this acceptance would immediately collapse. As the roars echoed, Wang Lin still sat there and silently sensed the law on the stone gate. There were 8 laws inside the stone gate, but the ancient aura had turned into the ninth law. Compared to the previous 8, the ninth law could be said to be the strongest. Wang Lin didn't have time to comprehend them all, so he could only give up on the previous 8 and choose the strongest ninth law. The desolation and loneliness of the stone gate resonated with Wang Lin's heart in this strange wind, celestial realm. He sat on the stone gate as if he had become the stone gate. He watched the world change, watched the tens of thousands of years pass by, and watched the mountains rise and fall. His heart seemed to be gradually becoming older. Nearly 2,000 years of cultivation was insignificant compared to this stone gate. However, at this moment, when his mind fused with the stone gate, he found a feeling of time flowing in his heart. It was like a painter looking at mountains, rivers, and life. Before bringing it into his heart, there would be an illusory frame that existed in his heart. Wang Lin sat on the stone gate. He didn't look down at the stone gate, but he had unknowingly opened his eyes and looked ahead. His eyes were calm, like the surface of a lake, like an ancient well without any ripples. However, there was a hint of reminiscence in his calm eyes. It unknowingly turned into a ripple that shook Wang Lin's dusty memories. Vaguely, he seemed to see a cultivation planet. A father was walking with his child between mountains and rivers. As they talked and laughed, they pointed at the towering mountains and the surging rivers. The father took the child and continuously conquered the mountains, crossed the mountains, rivers, and lakes, and even shouted at the sky with the child in the sea, causing the sea to roar and create huge waves. These memories that contained the taste of time flowed before Wang Lin's eyes like water. This was his life filled with pain and joy. It was an indispensable part of his life. At this moment, Wang Lin sat on the stone gate. As he recalled his memories, he looked at the world and slowly imprinted everything before him in his heart. Cultivating Tao is to bring Tao into your heart. This is cultivation. The so-called comprehension and domain is also this path. Leave a feeling in your heart and silently experience it. Fuse it with Tao, and in the end, it becomes a domain of thought. Wang Lin seemed to be talking to himself. He closed his eyes again. This time, although he closed his eyes, he could still see the world. In his heart, there was a majestic stone gate. The only difference was that he wasn't the only one sitting on the mountain gate in his heart. There was another figure next to him. It was a child who would never grow up. Perhaps in Wang Lin's heart, no matter what, Wang Ping would always be a child. Wang Ping wasn't a real existence, but an illusion brought here by Wang Lin's memories. He sat next to Wang Lin, just like he had when he was a child, silently accompanying his father. They watched the sun rise and set, walked the world together, and lived in solitude together. If all of this could last for eternity, become a moment of youth, then perhaps there wouldn't be so many regrets and choices in life. In Wang Lin's heart, he and Wang Ping sat on the enormous stone gate. Down below, there had been nothing but blurry nothingness, but now, things were changing. The sound of crashing waves could be heard, like the crashing of the sea. A boundless expanse of seawater appeared beneath the stone gate. From a distance, the stone gate looked as if it had broken through the surface of the sea, piercing into the clouds. No matter how much seawater poured down, it didn't move at all. The sound of the waves was everything in that silent world. Far off in the distance, the rising sun shone with a golden, orange light that shone down on Wang Lin and his father, elongating their silhouettes. Sundered night rises over the sea, and time flows like memories. Eternity doesn't exist. It's just that moment of eternity that can cause one to be intoxicated. It can break one's heart and make one unwilling to wake up. Smiling, they continue to pursue it until it becomes a beautiful dream. Forever, eternally, fading away in a dream. Ping-er, your father's second divine ability, will be called flowing time. What do you think? Flowing time. Flowing time. Because it continued to flow, the passage of time became eternal. However, there was a certain power that caused that eternity to collapse, causing a new splendor to appear. That was a terrifying destruction. Wang Lin's comprehension continued. Time passed, In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. He had been sitting before the stone gate for a full 10 days. The mosquito beasts still circled the area. From afar, it looked like a red cloud that gradually moved. The wind blew by, carrying with it a whimper. However, it couldn't take away the aura of time from the stone door, nor could it blow away the red cloud formed by the mosquito beasts. During these 10 days, the Mosquito King was still there, waiting for Wang Lin to awaken. At dusk on the 10th day, more than 10 rays of light cautiously flew over. These 10 rays of light were all outstanding talents of the rank 8 region that weren't participating in the ceremony. Li Yuanlei was one of them. Their group had been waiting for their friends outside the spatial crack to the Wind Celestial Realm, but they hadn't expected to meet Wang Lin. They had also personally seen the mosquito beasts greet him, and their minds were shaken. Later, their friends came, and after some discussion, they cautiously entered the crack to the Wind Celestial Realm and entered the Wind Celestial Realm. However, along the way, although they were careful, they strangely didn't encounter a single mosquito beast. This surprised them and made them even more cautious. As they continued to move forward, they still didn't see a single mosquito beast. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew they had entered the Wind Celestial Realm, they would have doubted if there were any mosquito beasts here. There were many ruins on the ground, and many of them were places they couldn't enter due to the mosquito beasts. In the past, when they entered the Wind Celestial Realm, they would only move around the edge. This was the first time in countless years that they had gradually entered the depths like this. The deeper they went into the Wind Celestial Realm, the slower they moved. They became even more nervous as they constantly observed their surroundings. However, their harvest was very rich, far more than they had ever obtained before. On this day, as they were flying, Li Yuanlei's body suddenly trembled. At the same time, the pupils of everyone around him shrank, and they all stopped. In this place, they did not dare to spread their divine senses too far. However, there is no need for them to spread their divine senses at all. In the distance, the red clouds that almost covered the sky and the faint buzzing sound immediately made their scalps tingle. The mosquito beasts that seemed to have disappeared after entering this place for nearly 10 days appeared before their eyes. However, what was strange was that if it was in the past, once a mosquito beast appeared, it would immediately rush over. However, the mosquito beast didn't move at all and didn't even look at the dozen people in the distance. They just surrounded the stone gate. This strange scene caused everyone's retreating bodies to involuntarily pause. All of them were extremely vigilant, and they even prepared themselves to flee at full speed if anything went wrong. One of them sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at the giant stone gate in the distance. He whispered, "Those mosquito beasts are surrounding," a young man in black softly said. "Even the elders of our sect have never come this far. I presume they haven't seen this kind of stone gate before. Based on the appearance of that stone door, it seems to be an extremely important sacrificial altar before the immortal dimension collapsed," a black-clothed young man in the crowd said softly. "There is someone on the stone gate." Li Yuanlei's cultivation was the highest, so he could vaguely see a figure sitting on the stone gate among the thousands of mosquito beasts. After he spoke, everyone's minds trembled and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They all looked over cautiously, and, as their gazes gathered, they saw Wang Lin sitting on the stone gate. There really is someone sitting there. Who is this person? He can calmly meditate while surrounded by mosquito beasts. What's even more strange is that the mosquito beasts aren't attacking this person. Instead, they seem to be protecting him. This is impossible. Mosquito beasts can never be tamed. If they encounter us cultivators, they will fight to the death. How can they protect him? At this moment, everyone's minds trembled and they were filled with terror. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Li Yuanlei said in a low voice, "Don't forget the white-robed cultivator we saw outside the rift. Look carefully. Although we can't see the person on the stone gate clearly, his clothes are white. There is someone who can control mosquito beasts." This matter, the surrounding cultivators all silently pondered, especially those who came later. They hadn't seen Wang Lin and had only heard about it from the people around them. They originally didn't believe it, but now they had to believe it. The shock in their hearts was several times stronger than the others. Chapter 1245. The sudden decrease in mosquito bees here is likely related to this person. He is obviously cultivating right now, so let's not disturb him. Let's quickly leave. As Li Yuanlei spoke, he slowly retreated. However, just at this moment, a change occurred. The faint gold mosquito king beside Wang Lin suddenly looked up and coldly stared at the cultivators in the distance. In truth, it had already seen these people, but it was too lazy to care about them. However, at this moment, it suddenly let out a roar. As it roared, the thousands of mosquito beasts scattered. Their roars were earth-shattering. The red clouds they had turned and churned and surged toward the dozen or so cultivators with sharp roars. Not good, quickly escape. Li Yuanlei let out a roar and retreated like lightning. The expressions of the more than 10 people beside him all changed. They quickly retreated and were about to leave. Although they were faster than the red mosquito beasts, they couldn't compare to the blue mosquito beasts. Among the thousands of mosquito beasts, the hundreds of blue mosquito beasts were like blue meteors. They charged out of the mosquito herd at an extremely fast speed and turned into hundreds of rays of light that shot toward everyone. Blue mosquito beasts. Everyone's scalp went numb, and they escaped even faster. They only saw the red cloud and didn't see the blue mosquito beasts. Now that they saw them, they were almost scared out of their wits. In the rumors of the wind celestial realm, these blue mosquito beasts were extremely terrifying and had spells comparable to Nirvana cleanser cultivators. However, the blue mosquito beasts were too fast, and because there were hundreds of them, they created a strong visual impact. Just as everyone's minds were shaken, a thunderous roar echoed. The hundreds of blue mosquito beasts instantly caught up and surrounded the dozen or so cultivators. They let out bloodthirsty hisses. Their ferocious appearance, their huge mouths, and the blue light coming from their bodies were like a nightmare to the dozen or so cultivators. However, at this moment, they didn't have the qualifications to resist at all. Just as they were surrounded by the blue mosquito beasts and their path of escape was cut off, they were surrounded by red mosquito beasts once more. At the center of thousands of mosquito beasts, they couldn't see the end of the outside world. All they could see were the ferocious mosquito beasts. This terrifying feeling caused despair to appear in their eyes. They were already very careful. In the past, they would only encounter a small group of 100 mosquito beasts. With their cultivation levels and the fact that they weren't far from the exit, they could escape. This was the first time they had encountered something like being surrounded by thousands of mosquito beasts. In fact, not to mention them, even the elders of their sects had never encountered something like this in their lives. In despair, these cultivators were about to resist like crazy, but they were shocked to find that the mosquito beasts didn't attack them. They only surrounded them, and as they roared, they gradually revealed a path. This path led to the stone door. This strange scene made everyone feel like they had found a way to live. They looked at each other. Li Yuanlei's face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and led the way. He flew toward the stone gate, surrounded by mosquito beasts. As he got closer, he clearly saw Wang Lin sitting on the stone door. He also saw the pale, golden mosquito king coldly looking at him. After being swept by the mosquito king, Li Yuanlei's body trembled and cold sweat appeared. He had a strong feeling that as long as the pale, golden mosquito king let out a roar, the surrounding mosquito beasts would instantly tear them apart. Mosquito King. At this moment, if Li Yuanlei and his companions still couldn't see the identity of this pale, golden mosquito king, they wouldn't be worthy of being called the elites of their sections. Li Yuanlei took a deep breath and didn't have time to feel the might of the stone door. He looked at Wang Lin and respectfully clasped his hands. Junior Li Yuanlei greets Senior. I didn't mean to disturb you. I hope Senior won't take offense. The dozen or so cultivators behind him all respectfully clasped their hands. However, even after they spoke for a long time, Wang Lin didn't react at all. He just sat there with his eyes closed. As a result, Wang Lin didn't reply, and Li Yuanlei and the others were trapped by the mosquito beasts. They were in a dilemma and couldn't help but wait in fear. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal, but they were surrounded by thousands of mosquito beasts. This kind of waiting was torture for them. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Lin didn't care about them, but that Wang Lin's divine sense was completely focused on his mind. He was immersed in that strange state and didn't know what was happening outside. He didn't know that the Mosquito King had taken the initiative to force these cultivators to stay. If Li Yuanlei and the others had any killing intent toward Wang Lin or released a fluctuation of origin energy, then Wang Lin could instantly awaken. However, right now, Li Yuanlei and the others were in danger. It could even be said that their lives were in the hands of Wang Lin, so they didn't dare to have any killing intent toward him. They didn't even dare to release a fluctuation of origin energy in fear of arousing the sensitivity of the surrounding mosquito beasts. As a result, they could only continue to wait in torment. The second spell will be called Flowing Moon. Inside Wang Lin, he sat on the stone door and seemed to be talking to Wang Ping. However, no one could answer him. In his mind, there was only the sound of the waves echoing as if they were welcoming him. After a long time, Wang Lin gradually raised his right hand and gently waved forward. Suddenly, the waves on the surface of the sea in front of them rumbled. Huge waves rose to the sky and continuously rolled, rapidly spreading in all directions. In his mind, Wang Lin waved his hand. Outside the stone door, Li Yuanlei and the others immediately felt a monstrous, invisible impact spread out. They couldn't fight back at all and were instantly enveloped in a strange world. Everyone, including Li Yuanlei, felt their vision blur. When they regained their vision, everything before them disappeared. There was only a giant door before them. This door was as tall as the sky, and they couldn't see the top at all. An ancient aura exuded from the stone door, transforming into an unimaginably vast power that drowned them within. Compared to this aura, Li Yuanlei and the others were like lonely boats in a raging sea, fragile and unable to withstand a single blow. Flowing Moon, a desolate voice echoed across the world. This voice seemed to contain the passage of time, as if it came from ancient times. When it entered everyone's ears, it was as if it had experienced the passage of time. The moment this voice echoed, Li Yuanlei and the others trembled and their eyes were filled with confusion. Different memories echoed in their minds and gradually replaced everything else. Time passed breath by breath. Each breath was 100 years for Li Yuanlei and the others. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Gradually, 200 years passed. 300 years, 500 years, until 1,000 years passed. 10 breaths of time, 1,000 years. Those scenes flashed in the minds of Li Yuanlei and the others. Finally, they stopped at 1,000 years ago. They seemed to have returned to 1,000 years ago along with those memories. 1,000 years ago, their cultivation levels were different. As the memories flowed, Li Yuanlei's peak nirvana cleanser cultivation unexpectedly regressed. In 10 breaths of time, he seemed to have become a mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. Not only him, but everyone around him experienced changes in their cultivation levels during these 10 breaths of time. They all returned to how they were 1,000 years ago. There was even a cultivator who was seriously injured 1,000 years ago and had to go in a closed-door cultivation for 100 years to recover. However, at this moment, as the memories flowed, his body trembled and his origin soul weakened. It was exactly the same as when he was seriously injured 1,000 years ago. However, they didn't notice it at all. Their eyes were still filled with confusion, and they didn't know what had happened to them. It was as if everything had really returned to 1,000 years ago. Time was still passing, one breath, one breath. Li Yuanlei and the others' memories gradually flowed once more. 100 years, 500 years. Another 1,000 years. A total of 2,000 years were flipped mercilessly in their memories. It was like the pages of a mortal scholar's book. Originally, he had already reached the 6th page, but there was a force that turned into a gust of wind that gently blew the pages, causing them to fall one by one until they finally returned to the third page. Li Yuanlei's body trembled violently, and the confusion in his eyes became even stronger. He was unable to awaken, and his aura had regressed to the peak of the Nirvana Scryer stage. Among the cultivators beside him was a girl. She had cultivated for the shortest amount of time, less than 3,000 years. At this moment, her cultivation regressed even more. She directly went from the second step to an ascendant cultivator. It was as if time continued to pass. If another 1,000 years passed, this girl would completely disappear from the world, as if she had never existed. Time continued to pass. Everything was between reality and illusion. But as long as Wang Lin's divine sense moved, everything would become eternal in an instant. Fortunately, he didn't continue. On the 12th breath, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the heavens and earth. He comprehended an indescribable but grasped change in the laws of the world. Nonsense! When Wang Lin opened his eyes, he immediately saw everyone that had somehow been brought into his mind. He also saw their original bodies outside the wind celestial realms mountain. He frowned slightly and waved his sleeves. The world rumbled, and Li Yuanlei and company trembled violently. The 2,000 years of time that had dissipated instantly returned to their bodies. They all awakened, and their eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. It was as if they had just had a dream, but that dream was real. It made their bodies covered in cold sweat. The Mosquito King let out a hiss as if it had made a mistake. Its large mouth rubbed Wang Lin's body. It thought that since its master was cultivating, he would naturally need some people to verify it. As a result, it forced Li Yuanlei and company to stay. Just as Wang Lin opened his eyes and Li Yuanlei and company awakened, the 2,000 years of time returned to their bodies. The eyes of the petrified old man in the depths of the wind celestial realm shined brightly. This child is not simple. I can tell everyone with certainty that tomorrow will be the fourth watch. Tomorrow will be the competition, and tomorrow will be fun. Chapter 1246. Wang Lin stood up from the stone gate, and his gaze swept through the world. His gaze landed on Li Yuanlei and the others. They had just recovered from that terrifying state, and under Wang Lin's gaze, their hearts trembled and they felt reverence. It seemed that compared to the white-clothed man in front of them, even the surrounding mosquito beasts were not as scary. If they had a choice, they would rather fight to the death with the mosquito beast than experience that strange scene just now. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and flew into the air. The Mosquito King that had made a mistake also flew into the distance with the thousands of mosquito beasts around Li Yuanlei and the others. This is not a place you can stay. Quickly leave. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that his voice slowly echoed in the world. Li Yuanlei and the others looked at each other. The feeling of surviving a disaster filled their bodies and minds. Thinking back to everything that had happened, they no longer had any thoughts of staying here. Their reverence for Wang Lin became even deeper. At this moment, they all bowed toward where Wang Lin had left and quickly left. When they came here, they didn't take away the sect or their comprehension of the wind celestial realm. The only thing they took away was Wang Lin's white-haired figure and the reverence that still existed in their hearts. There was also the word flowing moon. Flowing moon. Wang Lin sat on the back of the mosquito beast and muttered to himself. There was the sundered night sea in his mind, and at this moment, there was another majestic stone gate. After sundered night was flowing moon. However, Wang Lin hadn't fully comprehended this second spell. He still needed to continue comprehending and verifying it before it could take shape. The time is too short. If I continue for a long time, I might be able to completely grasp the law of time and eternity in the ninth layer, but the promise with the origin sect is imminent. Wang Lin looked back at the world behind him. He had used 10 days to comprehend, and the competition between the rank 8 sects had already begun. Forget it. I'll leave in 3 days. After dealing with the matters of the Gui Yuan sect, I'll explore the wind world again. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he sent out a message, and the surrounding mosquito beasts increased their speed. They whistled through the air toward the depths of the wind celestial realm. I want to see just how many mosquito beasts there are in the wind celestial realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he charged into the depths of the wind celestial realm with thousands of mosquito beasts. During this trip, Wang Lin no longer restricted the mosquito beast's speed. Instead, he constantly formed seals and placed countless restrictions on his body, sealing his aura. In just a few hours, Wang Lin's hands didn't stop at all. More and more restrictions appeared on his body, and in the end, they covered his entire body. At this point, he was relieved and charged into the wind celestial realm with the mosquito beast. As the mosquito beast roared, Wang Lin gradually charged past the periphery and entered the inner part of the wind celestial realm. One day later, the shattered continent appeared before Wang Lin. The continents were all different sizes and gave off an endless sense of desolation. Almost no cultivators had ever entered this place before. As he moved forward, the wind became even more fierce. Wang Lin saw groups of mosquito beasts fly by. Although most of them were red, there were nearly 1,000 blue mosquito beasts and some white mosquito beasts. As he flew by, Wang Lin gave up on summoning the Mosquito King. After all, with the white mosquito beasts around, it would be very difficult to succeed. Most importantly, the mosquito beasts here were not far from each other. Once one group was summoned, more mosquito beasts would arrive before the summoning was complete. After focusing his mind, Wang Lin clearly felt the Mosquito King tremble and the coldness in its eyes. Wang Lin gently patted the Mosquito King's head. The Mosquito King let out a low roar and flew away with the surrounding mosquito beasts. Gradually, Wang Lin saw more and more mosquito beasts. There were no longer thousands of mosquito beasts, but close to 10,000. There were even more blue mosquito beasts and hundreds of white mosquito beasts. Seeing this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and his scalp felt numb. Fortunately, these mosquito beasts didn't stop at all. They just moved with the wind as if they were playing. However, the continuous roar would shock anyone who heard it. This wasn't the deepest part of the wind celestial realm, only the edge. However, the number of mosquito beasts had increased to no less than 100,000. If I can control these mosquito beasts, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he flew deeper into the wind celestial realm. Just at this moment, the Mosquito King's body suddenly trembled and it slowed down. Its eyes revealed a ferocious light as it stared ahead. In the distance, there were two purple mosquito beasts flying over. What was strange was that these two purple mosquito beasts were stuck together. If one didn't look closely, it would be difficult to tell that they were two. The aura of a peak nirvana shatterer, cultivator, infinitely close to the first heaven's blight, came from these two purple mosquito beasts. All the mosquito beasts they passed by had to retreat. There was a group of tens of thousands of mosquito beasts moving with the wind before them. However, when they saw the two purple mosquito beasts, they all let out roars and unexpectedly dodged. They opened up a path for the two purple mosquito beasts to pass. There was even a red mosquito beast that couldn't dodge in time. Before it could dodge, it was immediately rammed by the two purple mosquito beasts that stuck together. There was a loud bang as the red mosquito beast exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. The two purple mosquito beasts didn't stop. After smashing into the red mosquito beast, they charged forward and swept past the edge of the mosquito herd around Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked back at the two purple mosquito beasts. After a long time, he turned around and silently commanded the Mosquito King to continue forward with the mosquito herd. As he moved forward, he gradually got closer and closer to the depths of the wind celestial realm. After silently calculating that he had seen hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts, he saw the three floating continents in the deepest part of the wind celestial realm. Outside these three continents, there were 9 more floating continents. They formed a circle as if they were guarding the 3 continents in the depths. These 9 continents were extremely strange and had different colors. The outer layer was red, the inner layer was blue, the inner layer was white, the inner layer was purple, and the center was actually gold. These were only the outer 9 continents. The inner 3 continents were shrouded by a strange force. When Wang Lin's gaze fell on them, it was immediately distorted and he couldn't see through them. However, just as he looked over, the world trembled. The continent closest to Wang Lin began to tremble violently, and an indescribable aura erupted like crazy. At the same time, the continent trembled. This continent was too big, far larger than Mo Luo from the past. As it trembled, the edge of the continent collapsed, and countless red mosquito beasts appeared. They gave off ferocious flames and heaven-shaking buzzing sounds as they spread out. Shortly after, as the continent trembled, countless blue mosquito beasts scattered. White and purple mosquito beasts also appeared. In the end, there was a flash of golden light, and dozens of golden mosquito beasts appeared. This scene caused Wang Lin's scalp to go numb, and he even stopped breathing. How was this a continent? This was clearly a boundless continent formed by 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, or even 500,000 mosquito beasts. At this moment, the continent wasn't collapsing or trembling, but the mosquito beasts were moving. They suddenly scattered and replaced everything in the world. If one hadn't seen the scene of hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts, they wouldn't have felt this kind of shock. These mosquito beasts weren't small to begin with, and now that there were hundreds of thousands of them, they covered the sky. Wang Lin even had the illusion that the entire wind celestial realm couldn't contain so many mosquito beasts. He couldn't see the edge, and all he could see were mosquito beasts. At this moment, not only Wang Lin, but even the Mosquito King trembled a few times. The world was filled with endless mosquito beasts, and Wang Lin couldn't calculate how many there were. The hundreds of thousands of mosquito beasts was just a vague feeling. Perhaps there were more, or perhaps there weren't that many. However, no matter who it was, after seeing these mosquito beasts, even if they were a third-step cultivator, their mind would tremble and their scalp would go numb. Just at this moment, the mosquito swarm that occupied a portion of the sky instantly scattered, revealing the depths of the wind celestial realm. The strange power on the 3 continents that were being protected seemed to distort, allowing one's vision to become clearer. Wang Lin saw an unforgettable scene. This scene made his face turn pale, and he didn't hesitate to send out a divine sense message. He controlled the Mosquito King to retreat with the mosquito herd. There was a giant rift above the 3 continents. It was as if the sky had been torn open, and an indescribable rift had appeared. An earth-shattering pressure came from the crack. Then, a huge mosquito beast that was hundreds of thousands of feet long slowly poked half of its body out from the crack, as if it was struggling to break out. Half of the mosquito beast's exposed body had a mouth that could make one's soul scatter. It looked like it could stab into a cultivation planet and suck it dry. As its body struggled, a roar echoed across the entire wind celestial realm. At this moment, the entire wind celestial realm trembled violently, and the earth showed signs of collapsing once more. All the mosquito beasts were trembling as if they were worshipping this roar. Even Wang Lin's Mosquito King began to struggle as it retreated. However, it had been with Wang Lin for many years, and Wang Lin was a heaven-defying cultivator. Even though it was a mosquito beast, it was a heaven-defying mosquito beast. At this moment, under this pressure and the shocking roar, Wang Lin's Mosquito King shined like crazy. It suddenly turned around and let out a roar at the giant mosquito beast that was about to enter the rift. This roar revealed a sense of madness, unwillingness, and also the dignity of a mosquito king. At this moment, in the wind celestial realm, where there was no third mosquito beast, although the roar of Wang Lin's Mosquito King was weak, it was still shocking. Today was the 4th watch, and there was still the 3rd watch. Today was the day he left the wind celestial realm, and the main set competition was about to begin. Chapter 1247. This was the roar of the Mosquito Kings, a challenge between Mosquito Kings. Wang Lin's Mosquito King stared crazily at the giant mosquito that was struggling to rush out. Its eyes were filled with intense desire and monstrous red light. It could clearly feel that the giant Mosquito King inside the crack had extremely pure blood from its mosquito clan. This blood had a fatal attraction to Wang Lin's Mosquito King. It was extremely eager to go up and take a sip, even if it was just one drop. This desire passed into Wang Lin's mind, causing Wang Lin to ponder for a moment. There were too many mosquito beasts around, so many that it was impossible to count their exact number. However, the blue, white, and purple mosquito beasts that filled the sky gave off a heaven-shaking aura. It was enough to make any cultivator's heart tremble. Not to mention moving forward, even if they wanted to retreat, they would feel like there was no way out. The moment Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out a roar, the gazes of all the surrounding mosquito beasts gathered on Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he clenched his teeth. With a thought, the Mosquito King under him let out a roar again. There was a flash of golden light and it rushed forward. The moment it rushed out, the endless mosquito beasts let out roars. The red and blue mosquito beasts didn't move forward, and even the white mosquito beasts lingered outside. This was a battle between mosquito kings, and they weren't qualified to participate. However, among the countless mosquito beasts, there was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the purple mosquito beasts. Thousands of purple mosquito beasts rushed out and charged at Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Just at this moment, Wang Lin originally didn't go out with his Mosquito King and instead hid his aura. However, when he saw the purple mosquito beasts, his eyes lit up and he stepped out without hesitation. As he walked, there was a thunderous rumble. With one step, Wang Lin stepped out of the mosquito swarm and appeared before the countless mosquito beasts. The moment he appeared, the surrounding mosquito beasts let out violent roars and an indescribable, ferocious aura erupted. Amidst this ferocious aura and the roars of the surrounding mosquito beasts, Wang Lin took a second step and landed on the back of his Mosquito King. His right hand reached at the void and a bolt of black lightning appeared. It turned into a giant trident in his hand. At the same time, Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out another roar and revealed a ferocious expression. As it roared, the pressure of the Mosquito King spread out like crazy. The surrounding mosquito swarm that was about to drown them suddenly stopped. The red, blue, and white mosquito beasts all stopped once more. They couldn't participate in the battle of the Mosquito Kings. This was deeply engraved in the souls of the mosquito beasts. Only mosquito beasts above the purple rank were qualified to participate. Although they stopped, the thousands of purple mosquito beasts charged forward like crazy toward Wang Lin and his Mosquito King. These purple mosquito beasts were too fast and gave off the aura of peak nirvana shatterer cultivators. They closed in an instant. Wang Lin's white hair fluttered as he swept the trident in his right hand. Popping sounds came from his body as ancient god power filled his body. The star of law appeared between his eyebrows, and as the trident swept, the world rumbled. Thunder roared and a sea of blue fire shot out from the trident. Wang Lin shouted, "Charge!" The Mosquito King below him let out a heaven-shaking hiss as if it was resonating with its master. It charged forward, and the faint, golden light around its body made it look like a sun. The dazzling light was like a sharp sword that allowed the Mosquito King to charge forward. With a whoosh, the closest purple mosquito beast closed in. Its large mouth was comparable to any treasure in the world, and it stabbed toward Wang Lin. Once it stabbed, it would only need to suck Wang Lin dry. The moment the purple mosquito beast closed in, Wang Lin swept the trident in his right hand. Thunder descended with the purple mosquito beast as the center and landed on its body. There was a thunderous bang, but Wang Lin didn't stop. He turned around with the trident in his right hand and stabbed toward a purple mosquito beast that was charging at him. With this stab, a blue flame appeared at the tip of the halberd and turned into a mouth that devoured the purple mosquito beast. After all, mosquito beasts were only beasts, not humans, so they couldn't use treasures. Although they had the power of a nirvana shatterer cultivator, In a real battle, they were no match for a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. The Mosquito King under Wang Lin was extremely agile as it dodged a few purple mosquito beasts. Just as it was about to move forward, another purple mosquito beast appeared and blocked its path. Wang Lin's mosquito beast's eyes were filled with ferocity, but it no longer flickered. Instead, it gave off the pressure of a beast king and collided with the purple mosquito beast. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed, and Wang Lin only felt his body tremble. The purple mosquito beast was knocked back hundreds of feet, but it wasn't injured at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious. Celestial, spiritual energy gathered around its body as if it was about to use a spell. Wang Lin's Mosquito King was covered in wounds and blood flowed out. There was a crack in its mouth, and the pain made it even more crazy. Its golden hair stood up and it charged out once more. All of this happened in a flash. It was unbelievably fast. Since Wang Lin had decided to help his mosquito beast absorb the blood of the giant Mosquito King, he wouldn't retreat. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, it wasn't impossible. For this sliver of possibility, for the desire of his Mosquito King, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He let out a roar and jumped into the air. Thunderous rumbles came from his body, and his body expanded like crazy. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant thousands of feet tall. The trident in his hand grew like crazy as Wang Lin's body expanded until it was also thousands of feet long. Wang Lin's ancient god body appeared, and at this moment, an aura unique to an ancient god spread out. Wang Lin gathered all the power in his body into the trident and threw it forward. Rumbling sounds suddenly echoed across the world. The giant trident was like a roaring dragon as it charged straight at the crack that was surrounded by the mosquito beasts. This trident contained Wang Lin's ancient god power and the domain of the Star of Law. The moment it was thrown, the thunder of the world turned into countless balls of thunder that rumbled. There was also a sea of blue fire that was so hot that even the purple mosquito beast had to avoid it. What was even more shocking was that the trident contained Wang Lin's spell as a cultivator. It gathered the origin energy of the world and turned it into Wang Lin's celestial spell. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The surrounding mosquito beasts paused for a moment. At this moment, Wang Lin grabbed his Mosquito King and mercilessly threw it forward once more. The Mosquito King's body gave off a faint, golden glow as it borrowed Wang Lin's power to charge forward. With the trident opening a path, it charged forward like a hot knife through butter. The Mosquito King continued to hiss as it borrowed the pressure of the Mosquito King to make it so the surrounding mosquito beasts couldn't attack. The trident rushed out of the purple mosquito beast's encirclement and into the golden mosquito beast's encirclement. However, an invisible ripple spread out before the trident. The moment it collided with the trident, a thunderous rumble echoed and countless ancient runes appeared around it. The impact of the trident stopped as the runes closed in. Although it stopped, Wang Lin's Mosquito King rushed out and looked longingly at the giant crack behind the hundreds of golden mosquito beasts. The hundreds of golden mosquito beasts were about to stop it when the Mosquito King, which was covered in wounds, let out a heaven-shaking roar. The moment this roar came out, there seemed to be cracking sounds coming from the Mosquito King. Its body seemed to be collapsing, but the blood that flowed out was no longer red, but golden. This golden blood spread out and stained the wounds on its body, but there was a heaven-shaking aura coming from this golden blood. At this moment, a giant shadow appeared around the Mosquito King. This was the shadow of a mosquito beast that was also hundreds of thousands of feet tall. This phantom gave off a dark golden glow. The moment it appeared, all the surrounding mosquito beasts, whether it was the red, blue, white, purple mosquito beasts, or the golden mosquito beasts that were trying to stop it, all trembled. Even the giant Mosquito King that was struggling to come out trembled. For the first time, it looked at Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him in a daze. The moment the giant Mosquito King's shadow appeared, he clearly felt golden light flash around his body. The large amount of mosquito beasts that had been attacking him all retreated, and their eyes were filled with awe. Wang Lin's mind rumbled. At this moment, he thought back to when he first saw the mosquito beasts in Suzaku. He vaguely guessed why the mosquito beasts would appear in Suzaku, and there was only one mosquito beast. The moment the illusion appeared, the golden mosquito beast's eyes were filled with awe, and it quickly dodged. It didn't dare to stop Wang Lin's Mosquito King at all, allowing Wang Lin's Mosquito King to charge at the crack like a golden meteor. The giant Mosquito King revealed a serious expression and let out a roar. Its struggling body became even more intense. Chapter 1248. However, there was clearly an incomprehensible force inside and outside the crack. Even the Mosquito King had to constantly struggle before it could charge out of the crack. At that moment, half of its body was inside and the other half was outside. It was stuck, and its roars shook the heavens as it struggled. As it struggled, even the crack started to tremble. Cracking sounds echoed, and it seemed like the crack was about to be torn open again. Wang Lin's Mosquito King gave off a golden glow as it closed in like a meteor. It didn't give the Mosquito King a chance to escape at all. Its large mouth was about to stab into the Mosquito King's body. The Mosquito King, that was hundreds of thousands of feet long, let out a roar and began to struggle violently. The world around it seemed to distort, and large amounts of ripples appeared. Just at this moment, the giant, dark, golden mosquito shadow around Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out a roar. Its large mouth swept forward and broke through the ripples. It landed on the Mosquito King that was stuck inside the crack. The Mosquito King inside the crack trembled. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's mosquito beast closed in and seemed to fuse with the giant mosquito beast. As the dark golden mosquito beast's mouth swept by, the mosquito beast's mouth also moved and stabbed into the giant Mosquito King inside the crack. Compared to the Mosquito King, Wang Lin's Mosquito King was really insignificant. However, its mouth mercilessly pierced in, and its eyes were filled with desire as it inhaled. With this inhalation, the giant Mosquito King inside the crack roared and struggled like crazy. The crack that was stuck was torn open once more. With this inhalation, all the injuries on Wang Lin's Mosquito King disappeared. The wounds healed and the golden light around its body became even stronger. The desire in its eyes became even stronger, and it inhaled once more. This time, the giant Mosquito King let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it struggled, a powerful force erupted from its body and swept the surroundings. It immediately forced Wang Lin's Mosquito King back. At this moment, as the giant Mosquito King struggled, the crack blocking it was ripped open like crazy. More than half of its body charged out, and it looked like it was about to completely charge out. A heaven-shaking ferocious flame and an aura comparable to Source Essence filled the world. Wang Lin's Mosquito King let out a roar and retreated. The vague shadow around it quickly dissipated and entered its body. As it retreated, all the surrounding mosquito beasts avoided it, as if they didn't dare to stop it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached at the void. The trident returned to his hand, and his body rapidly shrank until he was the size of a normal person. He landed on the back of his Mosquito King and retreated with it. Just at this moment, the remaining 8 continents that were protecting the 3 continents trembled and began to collapse when the giant Mosquito King roared. Mosquito beasts flew out. These 9 continents were all formed by mosquito beasts. The number of mosquito beasts in the world had reached a terrifying number. Wang Lin couldn't calculate it, but he felt like there were more than 1 million mosquito beasts. The Mosquito King under him sucked 2 mouthfuls of blood and shined brightly. It retreated and let out a roar. The pressure of the Mosquito King was even more intense than before. In an instant, nearly 10,000 red mosquito beasts trembled. They were the closest to Wang Lin's Mosquito King, and the fear in their eyes became even stronger. In the end, they rushed out and surrounded Wang Lin's Mosquito King. They formed a red cloud and carried Wang Lin and the Mosquito King away. Nearly 1,000 blue mosquito beasts seemed to make a choice under this pressure. They rushed out and entered the red cloud. Their roars echoed and echoed with the Mosquito King. Not far away, nearly 100 white mosquito beasts trembled. Their gazes struggled between the rift and Wang Lin's Mosquito King. In the end, they turned into a white cloud and chose to follow Wang Lin's Mosquito King. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, among the few purple mosquito beasts, there were two purple mosquito beasts that revealed hesitation. One of them was the one that had collided with Wang Lin's Mosquito King. As it roared, the hesitation in its eyes disappeared and was replaced with determination. It charged toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King like a purple meteor. When Wang Lin saw the purple mosquito beast, his eyes were filled with joy. The aura of the purple mosquito beast was comparable to a peak nirvana shatterer, cultivator. Before Wang Lin's joy ended, another joy filled his heart. As the purple mosquito beast closed in, another light purple mosquito beast closed in and chose to follow. Wang Lin took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This trip was worth it. Just at this moment, a scene that caused his pupils to shrink and reveal a look of disbelief suddenly appeared. Among the hundreds of golden mosquito beasts, a golden mosquito beast charged out toward Wang Lin's Mosquito King. Wang Lin laughed as he charged into the distance with the Mosquito King while being surrounded by a large amount of mosquito beasts. The blue, white, purple, and golden mosquito beasts were extremely eye-catching inside the red cloud. These mosquito beasts moved at full speed as they were carried by the wind. The surrounding mosquito beasts didn't dare to stop them and watch them leave. After a long time, a heaven-shaking roar echoed, and a large amount of the rift was torn open. The Mosquito King charged out from the rift. The moment it charged out, the surrounding mosquito beasts let out heaven-shaking roars. The giant Mosquito King's eyes were filled with monstrous anger and ferocity. It suddenly turned around and stared at the mosquito swarm that had disappeared. It let out a roar and chased after the mosquito swarm at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples to echo. The moment it moved, the 1,000,000 mosquito herd behind it charged out. They covered the sky and chased after it. At that moment, the clouds in the entire wind celestial realm surged, and the ground quaked. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and ripples spread out. The endless mosquito horde formed a spectacular scene as it madly spread out. The Mosquito King under Wang Lin led the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts to escape at full speed. Their speed had reached the limit as they charged out from the depths of the wind celestial realm toward the exit to the Rank 8 region. Several hours later, Wang Lin, who was on the back of the Mosquito King, suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Far behind him was a red cloud. There was a roar coming from inside the red cloud, and there was the faint sound of a formation collapsing. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. His right hand formed a seal, and he quickly placed a large amount of restrictions behind him. Along the way, as the mosquito herd continued to move forward, Wang Lin placed countless restrictions in the sky. Borrowing the continuous collapse of the restrictions, Wang Lin allowed the mosquito herd to move forward without any pause. However, the mosquito beasts chasing them were getting closer and closer. As the wind swept by, there was a fishy smell. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his mind sank into the celestial ceiling stamp to fuse with Tian Yunzi's soul. In an instant, Wang Lin's aura suddenly changed, and his eyes were calm. It was as if everything in the world was within his calculations. His right hand reached at the void, and a stone bead flew out from his storage space. At the same time, there was a flash of 7-colored light from Wang Lin's right hand. This 7-colored light instantly reached its limit, and a blinding light spread out. Wang Lin threw his right hand forward, and the bead seemed to absorb all the 7-colored light before exploding with a bang. Just as it exploded, Wang Lin's calm voice echoed. "Summon Defying One." The moment his voice appeared, the sky of the wind celestial realm darkened, as if the sky had turned dark. However, as the sky darkened, endless seven-colored light shot out and enveloped the land. A dense pressure descended from the sky. A giant compass appeared out of nowhere. This compass was about 10,000 feet wide, and after it appeared, the seven-colored light was dazzling. It rotated rapidly and blocked between Wang Lin and the pursuing mosquito herd. As it rotated, a powerful force spread out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his mind separated from Tian Yunzi's soul. His face was slightly pale. After all, his injuries were too serious, and he hadn't fully recovered. At this moment, he didn't want to see the result of the Defying One spell. Instead, he spread his arms, and black gas surrounded his body. Several black dragons appeared and surrounded the mosquito herd. They used the power of the heavens and earth to charge into the distance. Shortly after, a muffled rumble came from behind him. The world seemed to tremble, and a large gust of wind blew. Wang Lin didn't turn around and continued to lead the mosquito herd forward. He gradually arrived at the edge of the wind celestial realm and was not far from the exit. It would only take a few hours for him to leave this place. Along the way, he had used spells to block the mosquito herd, but in the end, he couldn't drag it out. At this moment, there were countless mosquito beasts 50 kilometers behind him. If you look from above, you would see that the mosquito beasts had occupied almost the entire wind celestial realm. They were like a flood that was spreading like crazy toward Wang Lin. Among the mosquito herd, there was a mosquito king hundreds of thousands of feet large. It stared ahead and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Wang Lin frowned, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He stepped on a mosquito king's back, and his right hand reached at the void. Chapter 1249. After reaching the Nirvana cleanser stage, one didn't need a bag of holding and could use their own spells to open up a storage space. This storage space was far safer than a bag of holding, so it was very popular with powerful cultivators. Wang Lin had opened up one back then, and now he was going to open up a second storage space, one specifically for the mosquito beasts. This storage space had to have enough celestial origin energy and celestial origin energy. Wang Lin didn't lack them. Whether it was origin crystals or celestial jades, he had a lot of them. At this moment, his right hand reached out, and a tearing sound came from the void before him. A giant rift appeared. This rift was about 10,000 feet wide, and the moment it appeared, cold wind came out. The star of law between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated and thunder came out. It flashed around the edge of the rift and stabilized it. At the same time, blue flames rushed out and burned the rift. This caused the cold energy inside to dissipate and the range of the rift to expand. Shortly after, Wang Lin took out celestial jades and origin crystals and threw them into the newly opened storage space. This caused enough celestial origin energy to gather inside. All of this happened in an instant and didn't waste any of Wang Lin's time. After the new storage space was completed, the Mosquito King under Wang Lin let out a roar. As it roared, the surrounding tens of thousands of mosquito beasts rushed into the rift. As Wang Lin continued to move forward, the number of mosquito beasts around him decreased. In the end, all of them entered the rift, including the two purple and golden mosquito beasts. The Mosquito King was the last to enter. Before it entered, it looked back at Wang Lin before entering. After all the mosquito beasts entered, Wang Lin waved his right hand and the rift disappeared. Right now, he was the only one left in the wind celestial realm. Behind him, the endless mosquito herd was chasing like crazy and getting closer and closer. Wang Lin took a deep breath and took out the speed talisman. He attached it to his body without any hesitation and activated his origin soul. Ignoring his injuries, the aura of a nirvana shatterer cultivator filled his body and fused with his ancient god power. He turned to look at the mosquito swarm behind him, especially at the giant Mosquito King. He was confused. If the Mosquito King was a cultivator, it would be earth-shattering. However, he hadn't seen it use any spells, and its speed didn't seem to be anything special. But now is not the time to think about this. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his body suddenly rushed forward. As he rushed forward, A large amount of ripples immediately appeared around his body. Within the ripples, Wang Lin lifted his foot and took a step forward. Suddenly, his body became illusory, and he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Spatial shrink. In the Cloud Sea star system, Wang Lin used spatial bending for the first time. The Cloud Sea was filled with star fog, and there was a mysterious force that made using spatial bending have almost no effect. It was because of this that very few powerful cultivators in the other star systems comprehended spatial bending, but in the Cloud Sea, very few people comprehended it. The environment determined one's vision, the perception of the mind, and the direction of the divine abilities development. If the other 3 star fields were also filled with star mist, then no one would be able to comprehend the spatial shrinking technique. After all, this sort of divine ability was useless to them. Even if they comprehended it, it was useless to the cultivators of the Cloud Sea, and there was no place to use it. Even in the Wind Celestial Realm, this spell was seriously interfered with. However, spatial bending was the only way to survive in the Wind Celestial Realm. Although it was interfered with and couldn't move too far away or merge with the world, if one didn't have an accurate mental projection, it was likely they would appear in a strange place. Once they appeared in a mosquito herd, it would be extremely dangerous. After all, the safest way to use spatial bending was to think in one's mind. Only when one personally saw where they wanted to go would they be able to merge with the world. In truth, Wang Lin's idea was very correct. It wasn't that no one had come to the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm, but everyone who came here had used spatial bending and had to be extremely cautious. In addition, there were simply too few people who comprehended this spell in the Cloud Sea, so very few people had actually entered this place. At this moment, Wang Lin was thinking about the exit to the Wind Celestial Realm. As his figure disappeared, origin energy filled the area and the roars of the mosquito herd gradually disappeared. He seemed to have entered a strange realm. His body turned into nothingness, and there was no longer any feeling of existence. It was as if he had become a part of heaven and earth. The crack in his heart became increasingly clear, and in the end, it replaced everything in his mind. Although all of this sounds slow, it all happened in an instant. When the feeling that didn't exist in Wang Lin's body returned to normal, he took a step forward. The moment he stepped out, origin energy gathered, causing his body to rapidly transform. When his step landed, he had already reformed his body. Before him was the exit to the Rank 8 region from the Wind Celestial Realm. Looking back, there were still shock waves echoing in the sky. In the distance, there was a vague roar that seemed to be isolated from time. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he charged into the crack and left the Wind Celestial Realm. The moment he left the Wind Celestial Realm, in the depths of the Wind Celestial Realm, on one of the 3 continents, the eyes of the petrified old man shined brightly. "This time I'll help you. Next time, I'll need you to help me." Wang Lin walked out of the crack to the Celestial Realm and saw the familiar fog outside the Rank 8 region. He felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, there was no fog in the Celestial Realm, so he could see very far. However, in the Cloud Sea, it was very difficult to see through the fog. Everlasting Sect. Wang Lin charged into the Cloud Sea and charged toward the Everlasting Sect according to the large amount of jade he had memorized. Obtain a large amount of mosquito beasts on this trip to the Wind Celestial Realm. Although it's not enough, if my injuries are healed and I cooperate, it's not like I can't escape from Tua's son. As long as I have more time for the Mosquito King to evolve, I'll be able to obtain even more mosquito beasts. In the Rank 8 region of the Everlasting Sect, on the platform that occupied a small portion of the planet, the competition between the sects of the Rank 5 region was taking place. The Purple Dao sect had almost swept all the sects, and no one could resist them. Thunderous booms echoed across the platform, attracting the gazes of the surrounding 100,000 cultivators. The sound of discussion filled the air. Feng Hai and the others from the Everlasting Sect were sitting in the innermost stands. Next to him was the red-haired old man, and some of the powerful cultivators from the Everlasting Sect were also sitting there. At the top of the stands, An old man wearing a white robe pointed at the purple Tao sect disciple and another disciple from a rank 5 sect. He smiled and said, "The rise of the purple Tao sect in recent years is all thanks to Lu Yunsong. Wang Daoyu, the god sect can't take Lu Yunsong away this time." The old man in white was very graceful and gave off a noble aura. His eyes shined brightly, and his cultivation was very powerful. There was no doubt he had the aura of a nirvana shatterer cultivator. Beside the old man sat two females. Both of their appearances were absolutely stunning. This was especially the case for the purple-clothed female. Her appearance could cause anyone's heart to palpitate with eagerness. Furthermore, there was an ice-like coldness radiating from her, as if nothing in this world could cause her to show the slightest bit of weakness or waver. Her beauty was a celestial beauty that shouldn't exist in this world. Although she was sitting there coldly, all the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but look at her. However, this woman was too cold, as if she didn't fit in with her surroundings. She gave off a feeling of loneliness within her coldness. She was like a lily in an empty valley that bloomed in loneliness. She was also like a guest from a foreign land that had come to a foreign land. Everything was unfamiliar in her eyes, and there was nothing familiar. There was another woman beside her. Although her appearance was slightly inferior, her delicate appearance and the delicate feeling she gave off would cause people to feel tender affection for her with a single glance. This was especially so when this woman smiled. It was like a white flower blooming, causing people's hearts to be enchanted. The woman smiled, and her eyes were bright. Her voice was like an aureole as she smiled and said, "Sect Master is too serious." This little girl only said that I heard my teacher mention this Lu Yunsong and seemed to admire him. As for whether or not this person will be accepted into the God sect, that is not something this little girl could decide. The old man in white smiled and no longer mentioned this matter. He would chat with her and occasionally look at the indifferent woman, but he couldn't guess her identity. At this moment, Lu Yunsong walked out from the Purple Tao sect. He was the sect master and was also participating in the battle. He wore a purple robe that made him look very elegant and majestic. He stood there like a mountain. In front of him was the sect leader of a rank 5 sect. He was an old man dressed in black and had an ugly expression on his face. Wang Shanshan looked at Lu Yunsong on the platform and whispered to the woman beside her, "This Lu Yunsong is not bad." No wonder he was praised by Master. Although his cultivation level isn't high, his figure seems to faintly merge with heaven and earth. Clearly, his intent realm is extremely high, and his understanding of the Tao is quite deep. Big Sister Mu, what do you think? Mu Bingmei had no interest in the Cloud Seas competition. If it wasn't for Wang Shanshan's suggestion, she wouldn't have come. At this moment, her gaze swept past Lu Yunsong, and she calmly said, "He can be considered a genius." She didn't know why, but when she saw Lu Yunsong, she couldn't help but think of another person. "Oh, Big Sister Mu, where Big Sister Mu comes from, there should be a lot of cultivators like Lu Yunsong." Wang Shanshan blinked and smiled. "Not bad." Mu Bingmei seemed unwilling to continue. "I'm a bit interested. This Lu Yunsong has cultivated for more than 3,000 years without relying on any pills. He reached the Ascendant stage in 1,000 years, Nirvana Scryer in 1,000 years, and Nirvana Cleanser in 1,000 years. His understanding of Tao is very profound. Even fellow cultivator Li Qianmei of the Heaven-Breaking sect once sought him. I wonder if there is such a person where fellow cultivator Mu comes from?" The person who spoke wasn't the old man in white, but a middle-aged man sitting beside him. Mu Bingmei silently pondered. After a long time, she seemed to be reminiscing and softly said, "I know a person who reached the core formation stage in 200 years, soul transformation in 500 years, ascendant in 800 years, and yin and yang in 1,000 years. Before I left, he had cultivated for less than 2,000 years, but he was already at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. He spent his life comprehending Tao, seeing through life and death, and transforming karma. Very few people in the world can compare to him. This Lu Yunsong may have a higher cultivation level, but in terms of Tao, he is inferior. Even in a life and death battle, he is still inferior. There aren't enough chapters for today. Tomorrow, I'll continue to erupt, and it's still 4 chapters. Asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1250. Mu Bingmei's words were gentle, as if she was reminiscing about the past. There was a hint of melancholy and an indescribable mood in her words that echoed in the ears of the people of the everlasting sect. The woman named Wang Shanshan blinked and smiled. If there's a chance, little sister would really like to see someone that big sister Mu praises like this. Mu Bingmei shook her head and softly said, I fear there is no chance. I don't know where that person went. When we parted, it was already over the horizon. The chance of him coming to the Cloud Sea is not high. The middle-aged man from the everlasting sect obviously had a very high status in the everlasting sect, or else he wouldn't be sitting here with the everlasting sect master. He calmly said, after hearing fellow cultivator Mu's words, I'm also very curious about what kind of person he is. Is he really like what fellow cultivator Mu said? I hope fellow cultivator Mu can tell me his name. If I have the chance to meet him, I won't miss out on a chance. These words were a bit rude, and Mu Bingmei frowned. She coldly looked at the middle-aged man and calmly said, there is no need to tell me his name. If you meet him in your life, it may not be your luck. The middle-aged man laughed as if he didn't mind at all. He shook his head and said, a mere early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator. If I had the chance to meet him, I would have given him a great fortune. However, since fellow cultivator Mu said this, then forget it. The everlasting sect master, the white-robed elder, had a calm expression on his face, but his heart was filled with displeasure. He glanced at the middle-aged man, but didn't say anything else. Wang Shanshan had a clever heart. She smiled sweetly and changed the topic. Sect master, I heard that big sister Li Qianmei also came to the everlasting sect. I wonder where she is. As she spoke, Wang Shanshan explained to Mu Bingmei, Big Sister Li is a rare genius in the Cloud Sea. She has cultivated for 1,000 years and has reached the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Even when Mu Bingmei heard this, her expression changed slightly and she nodded. The white-robed elder was also confused about this matter and calmly said, Fellow Li has a relationship with our boundless sect's origin sect, so he did not sit here. Instead, he went to where the origin sect is. Guiyuan sect? What rank is it? Wang Shanshan was quite surprised. She had obviously never heard of the Guiyuan sect. Elder Feng, you saw this with your own eyes. Why don't you explain it to everyone here? The white-robed elder from the boundless sect glanced at Feng Hai. Feng Hai's expression was a bit strange. He got up and clasped his hands toward Wang Shanshan and Mu Bingmei. His gaze swept past the surrounding old Taoists and found that many people were looking at him. It was clear that there were many people here who didn't know the details of this matter and had only heard the gist of it. In truth, it was no wonder they were puzzled. Li Qianmei was so famous, yet she had a relationship with a mere rank 5 region. It wasn't just a casual acquaintance, but someone who would kill a rank 7 sect cultivator for them. Feng Hai let out a dry cough and wryly smiled. Sect master, even the old man doesn't know the specifics. After fellow cultivator Li arrived, she directly said she was looking for the rank 5 origin sect. At that time, Lu Yingjia of the celestial music sect and I, Zhao of the mountain-seeking sect, had some private matters with the origin sect. Then fellow cultivator Li destroyed my body, and even Lu Yingjia almost died. Everything seems to be related to a person with the surname Lu from the Guiyuan sect. After he spoke, the surrounding people became curious. Wang Shanshan smiled and said, Big Sister Li is very quiet and rarely gets angry. If she acted, then she must have a reason. I just don't know who the person named Lu that Elder Feng mentioned is. Feng Hai nodded and said, This person named Lu is indeed mysterious. The old man secretly investigated and found out that this person is an ancestor of the origin sect and a relative of Lu Yanfei. Then the old man went to the life pavilion and found out that the origin sect did indeed have this person named Lu Ziheo. This person has been obsessed with alchemy his entire life and went out many years ago to search for herbs. His whereabouts are still unknown. I don't know how he met fellow cultivator Li, but it seems fellow cultivator Li admires him a lot. Also, That Lu Yunsong you all mentioned seems to have a close friendship with this person. For the origin sect, he was willing to offend the celestial music sect and mountain-seeking sect. From his words, it seems like this Lu Ziheo's understanding of the heavens is above his, and Lu Yunsong admires him greatly. It seems like he was enlightened by Lu Ziheo in the past. This Lu Yunsong once said that if Lu Ziheo came to the limitless sect, not to mention the rank 5 branch, even if it was a rank 6 branch, Lu Ziheo alone would be enough to sweep through the Gui Yuan sect. Killing the celestial music sect's Luingjia would be as easy as crushing an ant. The reason fellow cultivator Li didn't injure Luingjia was because he didn't believe those words. He said that if Lu Ziheo came, he would fight him, so fellow cultivator Li gave him a chance. After he finished speaking, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The cultivators of the everlasting sect that could sit here were all people of high status in the sect. They had their eyes on Lu Yunsong and wanted to focus on nurturing him. However, after hearing Feng Hai's words, they all focused on Lu Ziheo, who Lu Yunsong admired. At this moment, on the platform, Lu Yunsong had only taken 6 steps forward, but he had already caused the sect master of a rank 5 branch sect to retreat with a pale face. His mind trembled as if Lu Yunsong's footsteps were stepping on his heart. He hadn't even made a move, but his mind was already in chaos. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding people, and their gazes became serious. It was obvious that Lu Yunsong's footsteps had fused with his domain. As he stood there, it was as if he had merged with the world. Lu Yunsong's sect master retreated with a wry smile and clasped his hands. The old man has lost. Fellow cultivator Lu is indeed worthy of being an outstanding talent of my everlasting sect. The old man is convinced. After he finished speaking, he bowed toward the everlasting sect's sect master and quickly walked down. The rank 5 sect competition had come to an end. Due to Li Qianmei's arrival, the origin sect still hadn't appeared. However, at this moment, the only rank 5 sect that hadn't competed yet was the origin sect. An elder of the Wuji sect, who was in charge of the rank 5 sect competition, appeared in the air. He looked at the Gui Yuan sect and said calmly, "Gui Yuan sect, come out." The origin sect was still in the northern corner, and a depressing atmosphere surrounded the area. Li Qianmei was also sitting there, looking at the sky. Her eyes were filled with confusion and reminiscence, as if she was thinking about something. Lu Yanfei's face was pale, and she bit her lower lip. After a long time, she gently stood up. She was the person with the highest cultivation level in the origin sect, so she had to go. After standing up, Lu Yanfei looked at the people of the origin sect. Among them were her 3 senior brothers and her disciples. With a sigh, Lu Yanfei floated toward the platform in the distance like a butterfly. "Teacher." Su Yan's eyes were crystal clear as she looked at Lu Yanfei's back. She didn't know what the fate of the origin sect would be like. Perhaps they would really be disbanded. At this moment, the entire platform became silent. Most of the people here had seen or heard what had happened at the origin sect. They were all looking forward to seeing if the mysterious origin sect would appear. Tens of thousands of gazes gathered. Lu Yanfei's face became even more pale, but her eyes were filled with determination. She moved faster and faster until she appeared on the platform. She slowly landed before Lu Yunsong. Lu Yunsong had a complicated expression as he looked at Lu Yanfei. The origin sect doesn't need anyone else to compete. Just me is enough. Lu Yanfei stood on the platform, and countless gazes gathered on her. Her figure was weak, but at this moment, a force gathered in her body to support her. Her body didn't tremble, and her mind didn't tremble. He promised me that he would come, so he will definitely come. Lu Yanfei bit her lower lip and looked up at the sky. She vaguely saw a figure in the sky, revealing an encouraging smile at her. The surroundings were silent. The competition between the rank 5 sects, the Gui Yuan sect, which originally would not have attracted any attention, seemed to have become different at this moment because of the mysterious person who had already spread around. It attracted the attention of all the spectating cultivators. Even the gazes of the rank 6 and 7 sects gathered over. On the platform, Lu Yinfei's expression was firm as she bowed toward Lu Yunsong and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, please enlighten me." Lu Yunsong silently pondered, and a moment later, he suddenly looked toward the grandstand where the everlasting sect master, and elders were. He clasped his hands and spoke in a clear voice that revealed his nirvana cleanser cultivation. His voice turned into a thunderous rumble. "Seniors of the main sect, disciple is unwilling to compete with the origin sect. This matter is unfair." On the grandstand where Mu Bingmei was, the old man in white frowned. Feng Hai, who was in charge of this competition, had a gloomy expression and shouted, "What is unfair about this? Lu Yunsong, what do you mean by this?" His voice was vast and mighty, completely suppressing Lu Yunsong's words. It was earth-shattering. Lu Yunsong's face was slightly pale. With his cultivation level, he was insignificant before an old monster like Feng Hai. However, he took a deep breath and clasped his hands once more. Disciple knows someone from the origin sect. That person's cultivation level is high, and his comprehension of the heavens is not something disciple can compare to. If he comes, disciple is inferior. If disciple were to compete with the origin sect before he comes, it would be unfair to the origin sect. If disciple Lu Yunsong wants to fight, then I'll fight him. Disciple came to this competition to prove my Tao. If I win, then I win, and if I lose, I have no regrets. After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators went into an uproar. The mysterious person from the origin sect had already become the focus of everyone's discussion these days. But at this moment, Lu Yunsong's words caused the reputation of this mysterious person to rise once again, almost reaching the peak. At this moment, almost everyone was looking forward to seeing what the mysterious person was like. What kind of spell did he have to make Lu Yunsong and Li Qianmei act like this? This Lu Yunsong is worthy of being praised by teacher. He is indeed an upright man. Wang Shanshan's beautiful eyes revealed a look of interest as she looked at Lu Yunsong, who was standing tall and had extraordinary words. "Lu Yunsong, Lu Yinfei, the two of you come forward." The person who spoke wasn't Feng Hai or any of the elders of the everlasting sect. It was the everlasting sect's sect master, the old man in white. He had developed a strong interest in mysterious LV Zaheo. The old book friend, Blood Evil, recommended a book for women. Reborn during the last years of Shunji, this book can be collected and recommended. According to Blood Evil, this author is seriously ill and is having a hard time. Chapter 12:51. Lu Yunsong took a deep breath and nodded at Lu Yinfei before him. Without a word, he charged toward the stands of the main sect. Lu Yinfei silently pondered and also turned into a butterfly to follow. Of the two, the man was elegant and extraordinary. The woman was weak but filled with determination. Her appearance was peerless, and at this moment, they had a different kind of beauty. Even Mu Bingmei couldn't help but sigh. Regardless of his cultivation level, this Lu Yunsong could be considered an outstanding talent in the Cloud Sea. Wang Shanshan, who was beside her, looked at Lu Yunsong with her beautiful eyes. Soon, Lu Yunsong closed in on the stands. He stopped and clasped his hands. Disciple Lu Yunsong greets sect master and the elders of the main sect. As he spoke, he looked around and saw Mu Bingmei next to Wang Shanshan. His mind was in a trance for a moment. It was as if everyone in front of him had disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only this cold and beautiful woman. Lu Yinfei respectfully bowed beside Lu Yunsong and softly said, "Disciple Lu Yinfei greets sect master and elders." Most of the people from the everlasting sect didn't look at Lu Yinfei, but at Lu Yunsong. Their gazes were filled with admiration, especially the middle-aged man named Zhou. His eyes were filled with kindness. "Lu Yunsong, is the person you spoke of the origin sect's Lu Ziheo?" The everlasting sect's sect master, the old man in white, spoke in a calm voice that gave off an invisible pressure. His peak nirvana shatterer cultivation was revealed without a doubt. However, from the looks of it, it wasn't his real cultivation level. Lu Yunsong pondered a bit and slowly said, "Disciple doesn't know this person's name, but I guess it should be Lu Ziheo. The old man in white looked at Lu Yunsong and calmly asked, "What is this person's cultivation level?" "Early stage nirvana cleanser." However, Lu Yunsong hesitated for a bit and said, "Disciple just felt that this person is at the early stage of nirvana cleanser, but I couldn't see through him. It was as if he was hiding his true cultivation level." After he spoke, the people of the everlasting sect looked at each other. The old man in white pondered a bit and said, "How did you meet this person? Tell me in detail." Lu Yunsong nodded in agreement. His eyes were filled with reminiscence as he softly said, "This person killed my unfilial son." When he said that, not only were the people from the everlasting sect stunned, but even the surrounding cultivators who had gathered their divine senses to listen were also stunned. That unfilial son of mine committed all sorts of evil deeds. So what if he died? However, as a father, I wanted to see the person who killed my son. Thus, I went to the origin returning sect. On the way, I met fellow Li Qianmei, and the two of us went together. Lu Yunsong recounted everything that had happened when he first met Wang Lin. That was especially true when he told the story of how Wang Lin had answered Li Qianmei's 3 questions, and how he had transformed the heavenly Tao. Everyone who heard the story was visibly moved. The elders of the Boundless sect were especially shocked. The white-robed sect master's expression shook, and, after a moment of thought, his eyes began to shine brightly. What a great circle of the heavenly Tao! What you all seek is still within the world, but the Tao he pursues is beyond the world. This person's understanding of the heavenly Tao is far beyond yours. Wang Shanshan's beautiful eyes shined as she listened to Lu Yunsong's words and softly said, "My Cloud Sea Star system unexpectedly has such a person who understands Tao. I have never heard of him before. After I discussed Tao with Brother Lu, I gained a lot of insight and greatly admired him. I originally thought I would be able to meet him again, but unfortunately..." Lu Yunsong let out a sigh. When everyone heard this, they gradually understood why Li Qianmei had come here and why she was helping the origin returning sect. "I didn't expect such a person to appear in the origin returning sect." Feng Hai revealed a regretful expression as he looked at the silent Lu Yanfei. "Lu Yanfei, is this person really your origin returning sect's ancestor?" The person who asked was the everlasting sect's sect master, the white-robed old man. This was the first time Lu Yanfei had been asked a question since she came here. She didn't hesitate and softly said, "Yes, Uncle Master traveled the world. When he returned, he saved the origin returning sect from danger and has lived here ever since." However, after discussing Tao with fellow cultivator Lu and company, he once again traveled the world. His whereabouts are still unknown. This kind of cultivator seeks Tao that requires one to comprehend the heavens and earth, so traveling the world is inevitable. I fear he hates worldly matters, which is why he has such a degree of understanding of Tao. The person who spoke was the middle-aged man named Zhou, and his words were filled with melancholy. The everlasting sect's sect master, the white-robed old man, said, "Will your Uncle Master come?" After hearing Lu Yunsong's words, he became more and more interested in Lu Ziheo, especially when he thought about how even though Lu Ziheo was from the origin sect was a branch sect of the everlasting sect. In the end, Lu Ziheo was still a disciple of the everlasting sect. Before Uncle Master left, he said he would come. Although Lu Yanfei's voice was faint, her words were extremely firm. "Good, then let's wait for him." The old man wanted to see what kind of person this Lu Ziheo was. Put aside the competition between your origin returning sect and the purple Tao sect for now. Elder Feng, let the rank 6 sects begin their competition. The white-robed old man laughed and was very happy in his heart. The competition between the rank 6 sects officially began. The rank 6 sects all attacked, and thunderous rumbles echoed. However, this didn't attract the attention of the tens of thousands of cultivators. Their gazes were still on the grandstand where the people from the everlasting sect were. The middle-aged man named Zhou's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Fellow cultivator Mu, you also heard what I said. I wonder how my cloud sees Lu Ziheo compares to the one you spoke of?" Mu Bingmei had remained silent while Lu Yunsong spoke. She had a very strange feeling that she was very familiar with the Lu Zihao that Lu Yunsong spoke of. At this moment, she didn't answer the middle-aged man, but looked at Lu Yunsong. She softly but indifferently said, "Can you tell me what this Lu Zihao looks like?" Lu Yunsong looked at Mu Bingmei, and his heart skipped a beat. When he heard her words, his eyes revealed undisguised admiration, and he nodded. This person has a head of white hair and likes to wear white. At this point, Lu Yunsong smiled and his right hand reached at the void. A crack to his storage space opened and a jade flew out. He held it in his hand and imprinted Wang Lin's appearance onto it. Then, with a surge of yuan power, the jade exploded with a bang and turned into dust. As it dissipated, an illusory figure appeared from within. This figure was wearing white and had hair as white as snow. His indifferent expression revealed a hint of loneliness, but there was an indescribable temperament around him. The moment this illusory figure appeared, two of the elders of the everlasting sect suddenly stood up. They stared at the illusory figure and exclaimed, "It's him!" Mu Bingmei's body trembled as she looked at the illusory figure. Her heart immediately became excited, but she quickly suppressed it. Instead, it was replaced with an inexplicable sense of sadness. She was like a lonely person suddenly meeting a loved one in a foreign land. She bit her lower lip and was startled. Lu Yanfei's eyes were also filled with confusion as she looked at the illusory figure. Her heart was filled with bitterness. Lu Yansong was startled, but before he could speak, a ray of light came from the northern part of the platform like thunder. This ray of light was filled with killing intent from 100 years of slaughter. It was earth-shattering and swept across the world. The blue-haired Li Qianmei appeared outside the everlasting sect's grandstand. She stared at the white-haired figure and then at the two elders of the everlasting sect. "The two of you have seen him?" Li Qianmei's voice was calm, but there was a slight tremble in it that she didn't even notice. She couldn't help but think of that person from 100 years ago. She had an obsession in her heart, and for this obsession, she had risked the punishment of the demon sect to come to the everlasting sect. It was all for that figure that had haunted her heart. 100 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. In fact, even Li Qianmei herself didn't know what that inexplicable emotion was. It was just that in those 100 years of fighting, every time she left the battlefield exhausted and injured, his figure would appear in her mind. Li Qianmei's appearance immediately caused Wang Shanshan to stand up. She was about to speak, but she noticed that Li Qianmei's state wasn't right. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. This was the first time Mu Bingmei had seen Li Qianmei. Looking at her beauty and expression, she couldn't help but feel a hint of bitterness in her heart. She bit her lower lip and silently pondered. The boundless sect's sect master, the white-robed elder, frowned as he stared at the two elders. One of the elders was still shocked. He took a deep breath and said, "I didn't expect him to be Lu Zihao. What Lu Yunsong said is still wrong. How could this person be a nirvana cleanser cultivator?" The old man took disciples to the Chaos Beast Fog Realm to train. He personally saw this person kill the rank 11 fire centipede like it was nothing and seriously injure a rank 12 beast. If it wasn't for the fact that he was injured, even the old man wouldn't be his match. After hearing these words, all the elders of the everlasting sect were shocked. If it was someone else who said this, they might not believe it. However, it was Elder Wu Tian, who is usually calm and reserved, who said it. Therefore, it was very believable. So Elder Wu has also seen this person. The old man hasn't seen this person's true appearance, but he has seen an illusion. A while ago, the old man received reports from the rank 6 and 7 sects that a person had rushed from the rank 5 region to the rank 6 region. His speed was shocking, and he was almost at the peak of the Nirvana Shatterer stage, or even at the first Heaven's Blight stage. No one dared to stop him. He rushed through the rank 6 region, broke through the formation, and entered the rank 7 region. He was stopped by 3 Nirvana Shatterer cultivators from a branch sect, but he used the War Spirit print. With one seal, he destroyed several wild continents and forced many sects to move their continents to make way for him. He allowed him to rush all the way into the rank 8 region. The words of the other person that stood up shocked everyone once more. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.